I currently live in a little town out west. Well, I say town, not exactly what you'd picture though. It's more of a ghost town than anything, really. Population 4. The only businesses that are open are the post office, the library, a singular privately owned pharmacy, a gas station, and a hotel. The Hotel Bella Muerte. I've worked there for the better part of a century, ever since I was 21. Unlike most kids my age who jumped straight out of high school and into college, I had other plans. Or should I say, other plans had me. I lived the town over from the previously mentioned one, a town that had far more people and businesses. I worked from place to place for a couple of years, nothing substantial, but it paid the bills. One day, I came home from work, picked up my mail, and headed inside my home. As I brewed a pot of fresh coffee, I absent-mindedly flipped through the mail. Bills and junk were all I ever seemed to get, but then I hit the second-to-last piece of mail, and it felt, well, odd. It's hard to describe, but the letter was ornate, to say the least. It had a thick texture, made from what I could only imagine was some pretty expensive paper. In the most beautiful, flowing script was printed my name, clear as day, Autumn Winters. It had no return address, and it didn't have my address either, just my name. The fact that someone knew me intimately enough to hand-deliver a letter to me without knowing me was a pretty strange thought. I had very few friends because I grew up an army brat. Only a handful of people knew me well enough to actually know where I lived. Out of sheer curiosity, I then proceeded to open the letter. On the finest parchment paper, in the most delicate letterhead, read the following words. Dear Miss Autumn Winters, I am writing you to offer you the most prestigious position at our establishment, the Hotel Bella Muerte. For over 200 years, our establishment has been a haven for the weary and restless, the old, the young, and the forgotten, and men and women and animals alike. Recently, we have had an opening for a new caretaker and would like to offer the position to you. The letter went on to say that along with the position, a hotel room, small apartment came with a job, along with a salary 4 times what I was currently making a year. The name of the hotel seemed familiar, yet everything about the letter and position seemed too good to be true, like a scam of some sort. That's when I noticed at the bottom of the job was the address. That, my friends, was when my interest was truly piqued. It was only one town over, and that's when it all clicked in my head. The Hotel Bella Muerte. Ever since I could remember, there have been rumors and stories about the Hotel Bella Muerte. Strange tales that seemed too odd to be true. Tales of ghosts, strange travelers, and more. We heard the rumors, sure, but few people I knew actually believed them. The kids in the town I lived in would say that if you set foot in the hotel, you would be driven to madness and go loco. The tales were just so bizarre, how could we believe them? So, after a few days of deliberating, I wrote back accepting the job opportunity. I got a letter back a few days later to congratulate me and set the start date. I was to start the next Monday, around noon. As I got ready that following Monday, I put on my best clothes, did my makeup and hair, the girly things, tripped over thin air as I went to the kitchen to get my coffee to go. Then I got in my 1965 red convertible Mustang and made the short drive. On the way into town, I passed by, nothing. The land is completely barren outside the town I grew up in, except for the tumbleweeds, brush and bracken that looked perfect to start a bushfire with. And the few twisted, gnarled elder trees that once stood tall perhaps, but were now nothing more than sorry shadows of what they used to be. Think typical Western movie scenes. The town that held the hotel looked much more of the same, with run-down buildings that could barely be considered standing. The further into the ghost town you got, the more lifelike things became. The gas station was the first thing that looked like it held any living beings. The pharmacy was next, then the library, and then the post office. They were all about equal in size, looked just as run down as the other, with peeling paint that fell in ribbons to the ground when the wind was strong and was acting up. And suddenly I saw it for the first time. The Hotel Bella Muerte, live and in person, and it didn't even compare to what I had in mind. You see, when I pictured it, I thought of a rundown building filled with cockroaches and rats, with only the lowest kind of people staying there. The kind of place that the police did stakeouts as to bust drug dealers and hookers. What other kind of place could be in this rundown town? But I was so wrong. The sight that greeted me as I pulled up to the parking lot of the place was one I could barely believe. The hotel was, in a word, magnificent. It looked like it belonged in a fancy city, not a barren wasteland. The outside of the hotel fit the town and the time period of the 1800s, with a high-rise balcony and white pillars that stood tall and straight. The brickwork was perfectly inlaid, faded red in color due to the wear and tear of time, yet still hardy in structure. I imagine it looked only a little better in its heyday, if nothing else than for its newness. Whoever owned the building took great care of it, whether in restoration or simple upkeep. It was something to see for sure. As I got out of my car and walked up the front steps, admiring all the intricate woodwork that went into its structure, I looked above the front door and read the sign. The Hotel Bella Muerte, established 1802. I took the knob of the old door. No creaks or groans, just silence as the door pivoted on its hinges, and walked inside. Now, as impressed as I was with the outside of the place, it didn't even compare to what was before my eyes. As you entered into the lobby, the first thing that would come to attention was the grand staircase, made of beautiful mahogany wood, rich in cherry brown undertones, swooping as it dipped from its height down to the floor. To the left, I became aware of the lobby desk. It was the same type of wood as the staircase, with intricate designs that swirled down its length, carved out by some long-dead carpenter. Behind the desk were the letterboxes, with the numbers carefully and expertly placed in their centers, numbering from 1 to 15. The parlor was to the right. It looked as though it was frozen in time like the rest of the place, with old furniture with floral designs and high backs, and to the wallpaper that looked much of the same. It was stupendous. After I had gotten done admiring the lobby, I slowly walked over to the desk. No one was there, not a single soul. I rang the bell on the counter, yet no one came. And after a few more minutes of waiting, I called out a "Hello?" And still no one came. I began to wonder what I should do next. In our correspondence, I never got a phone number, despite noticing an old rotary phone in the desk near the letterboxes. Then I realized I actually never got a name of the person I was corresponding with. I didn't even know who my employer was. As I grappled with this realization, the phone began to ring, breaking the silence. I almost jumped out of my skin, scared shitless by the loud ringing in the otherwise quiet room. After no one magically appeared to answer it, it fell silent after the fourth ring, only to begin ringing once more. After regaining my composure, I walked around the desk to the back, looping around as I did so and feeling as if I were a child about to be caught with my hand in the cookie jar, and I picked up the phone. Hello?" I answered slowly.
"Yes, is this Autumn?"
Yeah, it is. Who's this?"
"I'm the owner Mary, and my sister Martha is also on the phone,"
the voice said. "Oh, hi," I said, stunned by the fact that the owners called instead of actually being there in person to greet me. "Are you coming by, or are you here somewhere?"
"Oh no, hun, we aren't there. We are never at the hotel. That would be ridiculous,"
Mary said as her sister Martha chimed in the background.
Oh, that is terribly ridiculous.
She said, giggling. Okay, I said, now terribly confused.
No, we were just calling to let you know there was a letter with your instructions for the job next to the phone and to let you know that we will be checking in from time to time. You are the only employee, and the last one of us left a bit, well, shall we say, unexpectedly.
The last one? What does that mean, the last one? She said that as if there were a series of ones. Well, I take it that means I'm starting immediately then?
We wouldn't have it any other way, love.
Martha replied.
Everything you'll need to know to run this place is in the letter. Just make sure you read everything and don't skip anything.
Mary added. Then both in unison said,
We'll be in touch, dear.
As they hung up the phone. I was a little weirded out by the whole conversation, to be honest. It seemed so callous yet rushed, despite the cheery nature of their voices and reactions, and the weird pet names, of course. I looked at the table next to the phone. As the sisters had said, there was a letter. I opened the letter quickly with the ornate silver letter opener conveniently placed in the first drawer I happened to look through. Out from the envelope popped a long, and I mean 2-foot letter, made of the same parchment as my offer letter. As I started to read, I became increasingly confused and worried. What had I gotten myself into? I thought. The letter started out normally enough. It outlined the general duties of the job, how to receive payment, $50 per night. Stunningly low, I thought, for a place such as this, but I've never been in the hotel business and I wouldn't know otherwise. Housekeeping, even down to the way they wanted the toilet paper changed. The wrong way with the paper going under the roll, but hey, who am I to judge? Last but not least was written a long set of rules that honestly made no sense. Written in bold, red print was the following set of rules. Rule 126. Never forget to lock the doors at night. You don't want to let them in. Rule 127. Make sure you feed Jesus every night, or else. Rule 128. Only take the trash out in daylight hours. Rule 129. Make sure you face the dolls in the doll room, facing the wall at night. Rule 130. Don't ever take candy from the pharmacist. Rule 131. Never return a book late to the librarian. Rule 132. Always lick the stamps in the presence of the postman. Rule 133. Never ever leave the town under any circumstances, or you'll regret it. And that was that. Not threatening at all, or bizarre, or extremely specific. Just a normal set of rules that made the place seem a little more undesirable. Now I was really thinking I had gotten myself into something and not something good. And yet, I was thoroughly intrigued. I mean, what happens if I leave the town? Why did I have to lock the doors at night, and who was them? Why did I have to take the trash out during the day, and who the hell was Jesus? Nothing made sense. Since I was going to be here a while, I decided I might as well settle in. I looked at the letter again, and at the end was my room number, and in the envelope was my room key. Room number 16. Turned out there was one extra room in the hotel. After I got the key, I put the letter back into its prior place, and I turned to walk up the stairs to explore what was going to be my new home. The doors on the second floor spanned 3 hallways and a dining room attached to a kitchen. Each room, numbered 1 through 16, alternated going from the left side of the hallway, and then adjacent to the room on the right and back again. The walls seemed to ever expand and contract at the same time if you stood in one place for too long. A dizzying effect, to be sure. It reminded me of The Shining. No thank you. As I walked the halls, reaching the dining room, I passed by and I could have sworn I saw a dark shadow pass by the half-open door, but when I looked inside, there was nothing. There were only the tables and chairs and waiting tables lining the walls. Strange. I thought, but just shrugged it off and continued down the hall. Number 13, number 14, number 15, and finally, room number 16. As I jiggled the old skeleton key in its lock, there appeared to be a slight mumbling coming from the other side of the door. I promptly stopped to listen, but there was nothing. Not a single solitary sound. So I proceeded to open the door once unlocked. My room, like the rest of the place, was absolutely beautiful. The queen-size bed with ornate canopy, all white billowing in the soft breeze from the open window. It stood in the left-hand side of the room towards the middle of the length of the wall. The small sitting area was to the right with a wardrobe, a small couch, and two high-backed chairs of the same make as those in the sitting room downstairs. The same floral patterns and everything. The open balcony windows were straight ahead. As I walked to them, I became all too aware of the mumbling again. I spun quickly around to see that in the corner of the right side of the room was a bird's perching cage. When I say bird, I don't mean a parrot or a cockatoo or even a parakeet or finch. What I saw sitting there was a raven, and it was talking. Just strange phrases and random words, but human words nonetheless. I began to approach the bird and it let out a loud squawk and began to flap its wings and flew straight into my face, blinding me for a second. Now, I think it would be fair to mention, for visual sake, that I hate birds. Yeah, they can be pretty. Yeah, they've got beautiful songs and musical notes that they chipperly sing out. And sure, they perhaps make good companions for some people. I, however, am not one of those people, and I especially hate when their little, or in this case, big flappy wings come flying in my face or near me in my visual field. So, of course, I screamed out loud, which only made it squawk louder with its horrible croaky voice. Then, as soon as it had hit me, it flew away. I took my arms down after a moment, once I knew it was gone, which had been trying to shield my face, and begun to look around the room. Not a bird in sight. Had I just dreamed that I saw that, or was I starting to go loco, as the many rumors from my childhood had said you would if you stepped inside the Hotel Bella Muerte? After calming down a bit, I began to shrug off the fear and replace it with determination to settle in and set up the room with my things. Once I had finished, at the exact moment I put the last pair of pants in the wardrobe, I heard a strange sound. A little ding. That's when I realized I heard the bell from downstairs. Someone was in the lobby. It took me a minute to realize what the ringing bell signaled. The hotel had its first resident. Well, not first, just the first since I got there. I quickly closed the wardrobe and headed down the long halls to the staircase. From the top, I could make out the outline of a man with his back to me. I assume he heard me coming because he turned just as I started descending the stairs. And it would be fair to say I was a little startled by his appearance. He must have been at least 6'4", perhaps even a little taller than that, with a grayish-blue pallor to his skin, dressed in a gray evening jacket and matching pants, shiny black leather dress shoes, and despite the warm summer day, oddly enough, black leather gloves. To complete the look, he also had a gray bowler hat. His frame was that of a walking stick, bigger around his middle with only twigs for arms and legs. His face was gaunt and long. The bags under his eyes had their own shadow. He had a slight bowing to his frame, as if the weight of his bones drug him down a little, and he smelled strangely of soot and smoke. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought I was looking at someone who would have once belonged in Victorian times. "Oh, hello," I said as I straightened my blouse and tucked a strand of auburn hair behind my ear. "Good day, ma'am," he replied as he tipped his hat. "'Tis a fine afternoon for adventures, isn't it?" "Well, yes, I suppose. How may we serve you today here at the Hotel Bella Muerte?" I rattled off. trying to remember the exact phrasing from the rules in the letter. "Ah, yes, well, if you would be so kind, I would like a room, my special room, if you please." I was a little confused, to say the least. This man had obviously been here before, but in the letter under the section that dealt with frequent residents, there was no one that seemed to match his description. "Yes, sir, we'd be happy to offer you a room for your stay with us. And what name would I be putting on your doorplate?" "You can put down Mr. Elberton," he stated as he straightened up to his full height. Mr. Elberton, Mr. Elberton. I searched my mind for the name, and then it hit me. Mr. Elberton. He was listed under rule number 78. Or was it 73? Anyways, he was listed somewhere in the letter. His note said, "Be sure to always give Mr. Elberton room number 8, and never accept his proposal for an adventure." I walked behind the man and around the back of the desk and wrote down his name on the doorplate and grabbed the key to his room. After accepting payment from the man, which was oddly entirely in his quarters and all of them dated 1865, I walked him to his room, which was thankfully at the end of the first hallway, and handed him the key after opening the door. He took the key from my outstretched hand, every bone in his hands and arms creaking and protesting as he took it. "Thank you kindly, ma'am, and if you are ever up for an adventure, come and see me, you hear?" he said as he disappeared into the room, shutting the door quietly behind him. I was left in a state of what I could only call anxious bewilderment. There was nothing wrong with this man, other than he could have stood to eat a few hamburgers and drink some fattening milkshakes. Yet there was something about him that just seemed off. The whole situation since I first walked through the door seemed off, for that matter, and it just kept getting more strange and unusual. I walked back down the hallway, and as I just almost got to the stairs, I heard a door open behind me. Thinking it was Mr. Elberton, I turned back around to see what he needed and was met with absolutely nothing. No Mr. Elberton, no open door, just nothing. It didn't quite hit me until a few hours later, after having Mr. Elberton frequently and excitedly come out from his room to invite me to go on an adventure with him at least a dozen times, that I was the only employee. And in being the only employee, that meant every duty in the hotel was mine to do. From the cooking and the cleaning, to the general front desk duties, to the entertaining and hospitality. Every single duty was mine to do. If that was true, and I knew it was as outlined by the letter, then why did I smell the most amazing smell of food that I hadn't smelled in a long time? Perhaps not since I had left home and my mother's good dinners. That's when it hit me that in the letter of all the literal 100-some-odd duties outlined, not a single one said anything about cooking meals. But if I was the only employee, who made the food I was getting a whiff of? Maybe Mary or Martha was here? I quickly made it up the steps and turned at the end of the hallway, and walked to the dining room where I found the source of the delicious smell. In the dining room on the tables was a full 4-course meal. This left me stunned. Who had made all this food without me knowing or hearing them? I quickly walked back to the kitchen at the back of the dining hall to see if maybe there was someone there, but much to my dismay, there wasn't. The kitchen wasn't even dirty as you would have expected it to be. I walked over to the oven and felt the outside of the glass. No warmth radiated from the appliance. Now my anxious bewilderment turned into outright anxiety. How had someone gotten by me on the way to the dining hall and made this spread without my knowledge? Was it perhaps when I had been on my phone? That just didn't seem right. It would have taken multiple trips to have brought everything in and out, and no one had passed by my desk. As I stood there floundering, I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Good evening, ma'am." I startled a little bit and spun around to see Mr. Elberton behind me. "Oh, good evening, Mr. Elberton." "And a fine evening it is, too. I was chased from my room by this delicious smell and came to investigate. What do we have here? He said as he walked over to the first side table. That was the first time I truly bothered to look and actually see what was there. There was a salad bowl made of the finest crystal, and in it was filled to the brim with what looked like a salad, and to the right of that was a large baked chicken, baked to a golden brown perfection. Then there were the sides. There was, of course, mashed potatoes, baked potatoes, boiled potatoes, and potatoes au gratin, just about every kind of potato there is to be had, as if the cook just couldn't decide on one type of potatoes, so he just chose all of them. A big plate of Brussels sprouts, no thank you, and broccoli, green beans, and asparagus. Then there was that weird dessert-type ice creamy stuff that is meant to cleanse the palate. And then, last but not least, the desserts. Now, I love desserts as much as the next person, but the amount of dessert at the table was ridiculous. There were different types of cakes, multiple pies, dozens of pastries, but more than 14 types of cookies. I was dumbstruck. Everything looked and smelled wonderful, but who knows where any of this stuff came from? And did I want to risk it? I thought as my mouth watered with anticipation. I hadn't eaten lunch that day, so I was pretty hungry. "Ladies first," said Mr. Elberton as he motioned to the table. "I think I'm good, not feeling very hungry at the moment," I lied. "Suit yourself," Mr. Elberton replied as he began to dig into the salad. I watched as he made sure to get a little of everything, which was quite impressive to watch. I would have thought that his thin, bony arm would snap in two at the weight of the plate alone, but he managed it without trouble and went to sit at the closest dining table. That's when he spoke again. "Would you like to go on an adventure with me?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Now, this was easily the 16th time Mr. Elberton had asked me to go on an adventure with him. All the other times he asked, I always politely declined, and he disappointedly walked away. I was trying to keep the rules, and the rules clearly stated to never accept his proposal for an adventure. But in that moment, I had forgotten the rules. I was still freaking out over the food when I half-knowingly replied, "Yeah, of course." That was when his face lit up, and it seemed that his face grew somehow longer, and a big toothy grin played on it, and he practically jumped up from his chair. "At last, we shall have an adventure." And with that, he left his food on the table and reached out his big hand with those long, spindly fingers and took mine in his. And we took off, down the hallways and down the stairs, out of the hotel and down the street, to what I would have considered the end of town. And then, for some reason, back again. Back down the street, into the hotel, etc. And then we went directly back into the dining room. Everything was as we had left it, except for the addition of at least 40-some-odd people, all dressed similarly to Mr. Elberton in Victorian dress, chatting and laughing and overall having a good time. I entered the room with him and the crowd all stopped and stared, looking me up and down, and I suddenly felt very uncomfortable. As people began to lean over and whisper to one another, Mr. Elberton began to talk. "Good evening, everyone. As I'm sure you have noticed, we have a new guest with us tonight. Her name is... Oh, my dear, I'm quite afraid I don't know your name. Perhaps you can share it with us all." My name is Autumn," I very sheepishly said to the large crowd. "Ah, Autumn, a lovely name. We are all so pleased to meet you, Autumn, especially considering she is our new caretaker." And almost as soon as the words flowed from his mouth, everyone in unison began to look from each other to me, then back again, and to my surprise, everyone began to clap. Why they were clapping I didn't know yet. As soon as the clapping died down, one particular lady, dressed in a beautiful, deep red crinoline evening gown, stood and spoke. "We are so very pleased to have a caretaker once again. It's our pleasure to meet you. It's our pleasure to have you. Now please, come and sit. Have a bite with us." I, no longer petrified by embarrassment and fear, walked over to the table where the lady in red sat and Mr. Elberton walked close behind. Sitting right where we left it, right where we had been sitting before, was his exact plate of food, still hot. He sat in his place, and I slowly eased into the only empty chair left at the table. I still had no idea what had happened or how all these people suddenly showed up. But if nothing else, I was about to find out. "Just what exactly happened?" I asked the gaunt man sitting in front of me. "We took a little trip, nothing more, nothing less." "But how did all these people suddenly get here? It isn't like they were all hiding in your suitcase or just popped out of thin air," I said sarcastically. "Oh, but they did. We all do. That's why life is an adventure." I rolled my eyes incredulously. What kind of game was this man playing, and why did I agree to play along? That's when the lady in red spoke. "Tell me, Autumn, do you like it here at our fine hotel?" "I guess I like it. I haven't been here but a day." "Well, I think you'll come to like and maybe one day appreciate this place." "I hope so too. But tell me, what are all y'all doing here, and how did you get here so fast?" She looked at me puzzled, then looked from me to Mr. Elberton. "You didn't tell her?" "Well, I just assumed she already knew." "Know what?" I asked. The lady in red looked back at me and looked me straight in the eye as she put her hand on mine. "This is a very special place, and that's why we are all here. You see, when this place was made, it was built on special land by a special man, and everything that went into the building was special as well. This hotel exists in this world for sure, yet at the same time it is not bound by regular logic and rules." Now I was even more confused than before. "What do you mean it's not bound by regular logic and rules?" "This place is not in any one timeline, nor is it in any one place for long. It is everywhere and nowhere at once, and it exists only in the memory of those who have knowledge of it." That makes no sense. Not a single part of any of that makes sense. "Oh, but it does. In fact, you've already seen it for yourself," she replied as she gestured to the whole room. "You just don't know it yet, but you soon will." I looked around the room. All the people were no longer staring and had gone back to whatever they had been doing previously. I found it hard to believe what the lady in red had said. None of it was what I'd call a normal thought pattern. It's not in any one timeline, nor is it in any one place for long. It exists everywhere and nowhere at once, and it exists only in the memories of those who have knowledge of it. That's when it hit me harder than a ton of bricks. I surveyed the room once again, looking at each person, the way they dressed, the time period the room seemed to be set in, and then I looked between the lady in red and Mr. Elberton, who both looked like they were awaiting the very question I was about to ask. "What year is it?" They both laughed then, looking at each other as they did. Once the laughter had died down a bit, the lady in red responded. "Oh, you poor thing, you look as if you were a deer caught in a spotlight. You, my dear, are currently in 1856. And what a wonderful year it is, too," Mr. Elberton added. I felt sick. I felt dizzy, my mind swimming with everything that had transpired in the last few moments. What do you mean 1856? It's not 1856, it's 2013. It's June 25th, 2013. I know, I had it circled on my calendar in red this morning. How could we possibly have gone back in time in a few short minutes just by walking down the street? I directed my question towards Mr. Elberton. You said you wanted to go on an adventure, and an adventure is what I gave you. You don't always get to pick the destination, of course. I was dumbstruck. Here I was with a strange man whose first name I didn't even know. At least I didn't think Elberton was his first name, but who really knows? He had somehow taken me back in time to 1856 apparently, and I had no idea how. And I had no way of getting back to my era. What was I to do? I slowly rose from the table, still looking to Mr. Elberton. I would like to go home, back to June 25th at precisely the moment we left. Mr. Elberton looked at me blankly, then slowly said, I can't. I snorted. What do you mean? You can't or won't? I can't. I can take you back to a similar time frame, perhaps even to the same week, but never an exact time. That's not how it works. Well, then, take me back then as close as possible. I want to go home. Home. Strange that in the few short hours of working at the hotel, I had come to consider it home. Very well, then, he said as he shook his head. Very well. He rose from the table and bid the lady in red goodbye and good night, and started to walk toward the door. As I rose to follow him, the lady in red called out to me, Goodbye and good night. I look forward to seeing you again, and I have a feeling it will be sooner than later. I nodded in her general direction and then walked over to meet the gaunt man standing in the door frame. He took my hand once again, and it was colder than ice. I shuddered just feeling it. He then did the same as before and dragged me from the room, down the hall and the staircase, and past all the buildings in town and toward the very edge. This time I wasn't stumbling behind him, and I saw him reach out as if he was grabbing something. Then he speedily ran us back to the hotel. Once we got back inside, he let go of my hand and walked around to the middle of the room. I looked around, and to my surprise, no one else was there. No loud clinking of plates coming from upstairs, no loud idle chattering. Nothing. I looked back at Mr. Elberton and asked, So, that's it? We're back? Just like that? Yes, just like that, he said with a smile. I think I'll head up to my room for the night if you don't mind. Perhaps another day we can go on another adventure that's more satisfactory. In the meanwhile, I hope you rest well. Good night. And with that, he began his trek up the stairs. I looked at the grandfather clock in the lobby. It read 12:13 p.m. I didn't know how long I had been gone or what time we had left, but it was certainly late now. I decided to call it a night and head up to my room. But before I did, I finished locking up the other end of the night duties. I had had enough surprises for the night. I went up the stairs and down the long halls. The place seemed unfamiliar still, and that's when I noticed, right there in the wall at the end of the second hall, a picture. To be more precise, a picture of the dining hall during some large gathering. The photo spanned the entirety of the room. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable in the photo. That's when my eye caught a floor-length crimson-red dress. I took a closer look at the photo, and that's when I felt my breath hitch. The photo was like any other black and white photo, with the exception of the lady in red. Her dress was the only thing of color in the whole picture. Next to her in the photo on her right side was Mr. Elberton, dressed all in gray, but on her left was, well, me, complete with the out-of-style clothes for the time period and puzzled expression on my face. Under the photo was a placard that read, Midsummer's Evening Soiree, 1856. It took a couple more moments before my breath returned to a normal rhythm. How and when was my photo taken and by who? I didn't remember anyone having taken my photo at the evening party. I tried to shake the violated feeling I now had and turned slowly away from the photo. Continuing down the hall, I came to my door and I slowly opened it. After shutting and locking my door, I fell in a slump onto the bed. I reached over and set the clock to go off in the morning at 7 a.m. and laid there staring mindlessly at the ceiling. Before I knew it, my eyelids began to droop, not realizing how tired I had become, almost as if I had walked 100,000 miles that day. I quickly fell asleep, only to be startled awake by a loud thump. Thump. My eyes shot open. Thump. I quickly shot up in the bed. Thump, thump, thump. What the hell was that? I got up quickly from the bed and tripped over my own 2 feet in the process of falling flat on my face into the carpet. I slowly stood, making sure that I hadn't broken anything, and looked around the room, checking to see if anyone had seen my fall, but quickly regained my bearings and realized where I was and how ridiculous a thought that was. I straightened my clothes, smoothing out the wrinkles, and walked toward where I believed the sound had originated. Thump. The sound came once more from the other side of my door. Whatever was making the thumping noise had to be very large based on the increasing loudness of each thump. I paused, thinking about whether or not I wanted to open the door after all, but decided I'd rather find out who or what was making the noise, rather than stay scared and huddled in a corner of my room. With that, I reached out my hand, albeit a shaky one, and began to unlock and open the door, swinging it open wide. Clink. Something touched my foot. Shrieking and jumping back, yanking my leg away to shake off whatever had touched my foot, looking down quickly in the process. "What the hell?" I said quizzically. All that I had imagined in my head to be on the other side of the door couldn't compare to what was actually there, lying face down on the floor. It was a tiny doll, just chilling and laying there. Not the monster I had imagined, but what I would come to wish had been the monster after all. It was a petite, old-fashioned doll. I picked it up and began to look at it. It was an old doll, made from what I imagined was porcelain or bisque, with a white sleeve gown on like the one you would have seen in an old photo of a young baby in years past. The face of the doll was childlike, with pink, rosy cheeks and wide blue glass eyes, and short, curly, honey brown hair. It looked innocent enough. I would almost venture to say it was pretty if I was the sort of person who collected dolls, but I wasn't. I found them utterly creepy and weird. "Now, who left you here?" I asked, as if it would answer me. It didn't. It just stared back at me, unblinking. "And where in the world did you come from?" Still no answer. I called out a "hello," wondering if maybe Mr. Elberton left it for me as a gift, though I didn't quite believe that he could have knocked on the door so hard with those bony arms. Plus, I wouldn't have described the sound as a knock. I was still half asleep and just wanted to get back to bed, so I decided I would pursue the mystery later on in the morning. Until then, the doll would be fine sitting in the chair in the sitting portion of the room. I set the doll gently in the chair and walked over to bed. Taking one last look at the doll, I laid back down and resumed my favorite sleeping position. Something was making me uneasy, though. I reopened my eyes and looked over to the doll, which was still sitting right where I left it, still staring, still not blinking. That's when I saw it. It was quick, hardly there, more of a flutter, really, but I swear I had seen the doll's eyes blink. I shot up once again, and being careful not to trip and fall, got up and walked over to the doll. I picked it back up and stared at it as if it was a staring contest. The doll won. I eased her back down, but this time I turned her to face the opposite direction to me in the bed. That way, she wouldn't keep giving me the willies. I walked over and got comfortable on the bed, closed my eyes, and started to fall back asleep, Thump. Clink. I jumped up. This time, the thumping was in the room with me. I looked to the floor, where the clinking sound came from, and found the doll once again laying there on the ground. Surely the thumps hadn't come from the doll, had they? I got up very begrudgingly, my whole body feeling heavy with sleep, and walked over to the now fallen doll on the floor. I picked her up and gave her the once-over. Nothing broken, nothing strange at all about her. Just the same staring, icy blue eyes. I set her back on the chair and slowly walked backwards to the bed, and sat down on the edge, never taking my eyes off of the doll. If it was the doll making the noise, I was going to catch it this time. I must have stared at the doll for what felt like an eternity. Never blinking, never moving, no thumps or clinking, it just sat there. I decided maybe the doll was perhaps a little shy. Maybe I needed to look away from the doll for it to do something. So I turned to the wall facing the opposite direction. After what felt like a second eternity, I was about to give up. After all, the thought that the doll was the source of the noise was preposterous. It wasn't like the doll was a living being. Thump. I jumped and spun around. Holy shit! I screamed. The doll was no longer on the chair. It wasn't on the floor either. It had somehow moved and was sitting directly behind me on the bed. In my momentary fear, I accidentally knocked it off the bed in one swift kick. The room started to shake and a rumbling sound began to exude from every wall, crack, and crevice of the room. It felt like what I would imagine a small earthquake to feel like. I sprung forward and grabbed the doll from where she had flown off the bed and onto the ground. I grabbed it quickly and began to apologize profusely to it, sitting on the floor with it and back to the bed, hoping it would calm. After a few minutes of apologizing and nothing happening, I decided to change tactics. Maybe a few compliments wouldn't hurt anything. I told the doll how beautiful she was, despite the fact that I thought she was ugly as sin, and how much I liked her dress, the color of her eyes, etc. And surprisingly, she calmed down and the rumbling and shaking of the room began to slowly die down with each compliment. Soon the rumbling ceased, as did the loud pounding of my heart. I continued to hold the doll for a few more minutes, and that's when the thought hit me like a car. I had forgotten a crucial step in the process of closing the hotel for the night. I forgot to turn all of the dolls facing the wall of the doll room. But where in the world was the doll room? I decided to take another more in-depth look at the hotel. I had no idea which room was the doll room, but I would find it before the night ended if I wanted to get any sleep at all. While still holding the doll, I got up off the floor, being careful not to drop the doll as I did so, and started for the door. After going to the front desk to get the master keys I left hanging on their hook, I decided I would start with the first room and work my way down the halls till I found the right room. I opened room number 1. It was very unlike the rest of the hotel. The room was, top to bottom, jungle-themed. A mural was on the wall depicting a typical jungle scene. A jaguar in the top corner slipping down the front of a tree, eyes on his next meal. A beautiful bird with bright colored plumage sitting on the forest floor. Other various birds looked on at the scene, hoping that their fellow feathered friend wouldn't be somebody else's lunch. The skill with which the mural had been painted was exceptional. The room itself was filled with a number of different plants of all varieties, making the room even more jungle-like. As I stared mesmerized by the scene depicted, I became again all too aware of the little doll I held in my hands when it started to breathe. That's right, you heard me. The little creep began to breathe. I almost didn't even notice it at first, but the longer I stared into the room, the more labored the breathing became, as if the doll wanted to make its presence known and remind me of the current task at hand. I closed the door softly and moved on to room number 2, at the opposite side of the hallway. I unlocked the door and opened it wide. Now, this room was a little smaller than the last. The theme of this room seemed to be more modern. With a white deco flair, the whole room was, well, white. White walls, white furniture, white bed, you get it. Everything all sterile, unmoving white. The only things that gave color to the room were the various vases and china plates that hung on the walls with their splashes of cornflower blue hues. This room felt empty for the most part, like it was devoid of something that could give it life. I quickly closed the door and moved on, since there was nothing worth seeing here. Moving on to room number 3, I looked down and noticed that the doll, who had remained breathing and blinking now, began to look to the side at door number 3, and then back at me, those icy blue eyes staring a hole through me. I began to move far more quickly now, panic beginning to settle in. Was the doll literally coming alive? If I didn't hurry, would the doll begin to talk and walk as well? What were its intentions for me? The answer to these questions I didn't know, but I wasn't gonna plan on finding out. I swung room number 3 open. At first glance, this room looked like something you would find in a medieval castle. I couldn't help but stop and stare in awe at the craftsmanship of the woodwork that spanned the walls from floor to ceiling. The deep chestnut tones gave the room warmth as a fireplace lit up the whole room, which I found strange since I hadn't seen a fireplace anywhere on the roof of the hotel. I wanted to spend time in this voluptuous room, but now the doll began to squirm a little. I said a mental farewell to the room as I left its luxury and comfort and turned quickly to the next room. The room's placard read, room number 4. I quickly unlocked the door, rushing now to find the doll room and praying that this would be it. I didn't want to find out what this doll was capable of if it truly awakened from its normal repose. This room, unfortunately, wasn't it. It looked to be a room you would find in a dirty old cottage or perhaps underground hut, and unlike a hobbit hole, this room was a nasty, dirty, wet one, filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell, and it didn't radiate comfort in the least. This particular room was very easy to leave behind, and I did so as quickly as possible, turning my nose up at the stench that wafted from it. Room number 5 was different from all the rest. This room looked like my childhood bedroom, or rather, the childhood bedroom of a young boy who was deeply into sports of all types and kinds. There were sports posters hung from the wall, dirty clothes strewn about the floor, and every hangable surface. Just like a boy, I muttered as I shook my head disapprovingly. This room also had a weird funk to it, which I attributed to all the dirty laundry and gym cleats about the place. It looked quite lived in comparison to the white deco room, but once again, this room wasn't the doll room. I shut yet another door, growing more frantic and disappointed that I hadn't yet found it. Perhaps I wouldn't in time and the doll would become alive, only to murder me in cold blood. At least that was what my brain was telling me would happen based on all the horror movies I had watched in my lifetime. At any rate, I didn't want to find out. I wanted to find the stupid doll room. Room number 6. This one felt more promising for some reason. I mean, how many more rooms would I have to go through before I found the one? 5 down and only 9 more rooms to go, I said, not liking those odds once I had said them out loud. Well, I looked at the doll. Here's to hoping, I added, crossing my fingers. The room's door opened with a hurried and loud bang as it hit the wall. Straight ahead in the back of the room was a set of long, double glass doors, opened fully in the moonlight. I could hear the sound of gulls crying, being carried by the gentle breeze that blew through the open doors, fluttering the soft white curtains that surrounded them. The room looked like the upstairs bedroom of a beach house, complete with the widow's walk that lay just beyond the doors in the back. It was a peaceful scene, and for a moment it calmed my spirit, reminding me that everything was going to be okay. Then the doll started humming a jaunty little tune, reminding me everything was not going to be a-okay if I didn't hurry up and find the damn doll room. So I reluctantly left this room behind and moved on to room number 7. Please, 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 the doll room, I thought, almost uttering the words out loud but deciding not to in case the doll took offense a second time. I jiggled the key in the lock. Once I got that open, I went to the open door only to find it wouldn't budge. I bumped the door a little. Nothing. I tried to lock and unlock the door, hoping the third time would be the charm. Still nothing. That was when the doll uttered, "Mama?" "Oh, hell no," I yelled, as I decided to body slam the door. It took me 3 tries. 3 tries, and on the third, I very ungracefully entered the room, similarly to how I had witnessed dozens of football players run into the opposing line of my high school football games. Now, in order for you to fully get the level of fear I was currently facing, I gotta break away from this narrative to tell a short story from my childhood. I loved dolls as a kid. Like any other girl, I had some 15 or 16 odd Barbie dolls and baby dolls growing up. I looked forward to Christmas and birthdays with the hope I could get another to add to my ever-growing collection. You might be asking yourself how I went from loving dolls to hating them with fervor. Well, I'll tell you. My stupid Aunt Mabel, that's what. She had a collection of every type of doll imaginable. Porcelain dolls, baby dolls, those cringy lifelike ones that people actually trick themselves into believing they're real, and my all-time favorite, ventriloquist dolls. When I would go over to her house for a visit as a little girl, I loved to ooh and ah at all the pretty dolls. My most favorite was one that wore a floor-length lavender purple ballroom gown and had gorgeous dark brown curly hair that was tied up into a loose bun, and carried a small parasol that matched her dress over her left shoulder. She would even let me play tea party with a few. I enjoyed my time at her home and was always sad to go and leave them behind. Well, one summer, I spent 3 days at her house while my parents went on a couples retreat. I remember being so excited. Thinking back on it now, it's almost unfortunate what happened next. When I got there that summer day, it was hot and sticky outside in the humid air. I was ushered into the cool and refreshing house by my aunt. She told me I would be staying in the back bedroom, which was technically the front of the old Victorian house since it faced the street, but my aunt only lived in the back end of the house for some reason. The only reason I could remember was because the back of the house had air conditioning and the front didn't. Anyways, I took my little suitcase and hurriedly and excitedly took it to the back of the house because that was where she kept her doll collection. I was thrilled to be in the back of the house where the dolls were. I just knew my aunt would let me play with them every day. After I had placed my suitcase in the room, I turned around gleefully to see my favorite doll. However, there was a new face sitting next to where she was, higher up on a stack of boxes. Sitting there was a ventriloquist doll. It was one of those Charlie McCarthy dolls that had been super popular in the 1930s. I had, up till that time, never quite seen a doll like it. Surely I had seen other ventriloquist dolls before. My aunt had several in the attic where I was never allowed to go alone, but this one was different somehow. It was dressed to the nines in a fancy black tux with coattails, a monocle, and even a sly, wide, toothy grin. And to complete the look, he even had a black top hat. His eyes were open wide, and I felt a little uneasy under their leering glare. As I stood there staring at the doll, my aunt had, unknown to me, walked up behind me. "Do you like him?" she asked, giving me a scare. I guess so. What's his name?" "His name is Charlie. He's my newest little friend." She always called her dolls her little friends, as if that somehow made them more real and her less lonely. I just got him in yesterday, along with a few others. He is very special. He can talk and move on his own. My eyes grew wide with the thought. If he could talk and move on his own, did that mean he could walk as well? Aunt Mabel, I ventured. Can he walk too? Well, you never know, but it'll be when you aren't looking and you least expect it, she said with a suggestive wink. Now, in my childish mind, the thought of a walking, talking, moving doll about the same height as me was terrifying. I loved to play with them and make up stories with them, but if any of them began to move or talk on their own, let's just say I wasn't too keen on the idea. But that wasn't the only reason I would come to hate the doll. That night in my aunt's home, after I finished brushing my teeth, I walked down the hallway to my bedroom. I had spent most of the latter part of the day in the front of the house with my aunt baking cookies and making dinner, then watching my favorite movie at the time, Beauty and the Beast, while eating in the living room on TV dinner trays. Now that it was night and the sun had set, the world was dark and quiet out except for the electric hum of the street lamp that sat directly outside the door. As I turned to head into my room for the night, I instinctively turned to take a look at the dolls just as I had done 100 times before. Except this time it was night out, and I had never seen the dolls in the dark before. You see, there was a window that sat just above the door, a green stained glass window with flecks of red intertwined with the green, and blue edges that made the colors pop. The window was beautiful in the daytime, and equally so in the night due to the street lamp that shone through. As I turned to look once more at the dolls, I found myself absolutely horrified. The reds, greens, and blues from the stained glass window gave an eerie glow to the room, depending on where the color light shone. It glinted off the dolls' glass eyes, gave their skin an unnatural, sickly pallor, and bathed the room in a kaleidoscope of hair-rising hues. I surveyed the room, my heart pounding and my palms becoming sweaty. My eyes finally rested on the largest doll of all, Charlie. As the light came through, it made his eyes look as if they glowed green, his skin only perpetuated by the villainous look, and the boxes he sat atop seemed to only make him seem bigger in the dark. I froze with fear and remembered the words of my aunt. He is very special. He can talk and move on his own. Better to be when you aren't looking and you least expect it. I stared, stopped in my tracks and unmoving. How could I take my eyes off of him if he would just move on his own the moment I stopped? My aunt came back to tuck me in and glance from me to Charlie. He is wonderful, isn't he? She said, almost in awe of him. Then she quickly ushered me to bed, but I never took my eyes off of him until I rounded the corner. She tucked me in and gave me a kiss on the forehead and said her good nights and see you in the mornings, then turned off the bedside lamp and left the room, closing the door behind her. As soon as I heard her footsteps fade, I turned the light back on. I sat up in bed, never taking my eyes off of the door. I thought perhaps if I didn't turn off the light and kept my eyes on the door, even if Charlie opened it, he would simply drop to the floor the moment I laid eyes on him or be frozen in place as if I had been Medusa from Greek mythology. Either way, I made up my mind not to fall asleep that night. It only took an hour or two before I began to droop in the bed, my back becoming tired from sitting so alertly. I was so tired, but I wasn't about to let Charlie catch me unawares. I looked at the clock. It read 10:47 p.m. It was only a little over an hour past my bedtime, but I had played hard that day, and fear has a way of making you tired after a while. I straightened up in bed, determined not to fall asleep. That was when I noticed a new sensation. My bladder was making itself known. I decided to hold off as long as I could before making the trek to the only one of the 2 bathrooms in the whole home. There was one in my aunt's room and one completely on the other side of the house. Either way, I was going to have to move past the dolls and Charlie to get to one. I waited for as long as I could, holding my stomach and trying various sitting positions to relieve the tension that was beginning to band around my lower abdomen. After what seemed like an eternity, I felt like I was going to explode if I didn't hurry to the bathroom, and I, being a self-respecting 5-year-old, refused to wet the bed. I got out of bed and walked to the door. I stood there listening for a while, but heard nothing. I decided if I opened the door fast enough, I could prevent Charlie from rushing me or coming into the room, which in my mind was the only safe space in the entire house. I jerked the door open. Charlie still sat, perched upon his box, looking more menacing than ever. I skirted down the wall, never breaking eye contact with him. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or maybe it was because I was so tired, but I swore I saw him blink. And terror filled my tiny frame. I should have just wet the bed. I sprinted down the hallway on tippy toes, almost playing a game of hopscotch as I went, and trying not to wake my aunt, stepping on all the creaky boards along the way. I'm sure, thinking back on it now, I looked quite comical, but at the time, I was just trying to survive the night. As soon as I got to the bathroom, I quickly shut the door and turned on the lights. I listened at the door for the sound of footsteps following me, but heard none. I quickly relieved myself and prayed a silent prayer before heading back down the long hallway. I faced forward, glancing anxiously to and from every possible hiding spot in the house, thinking that Charlie may be hiding in any one of them and praying he wasn't. I got back to where the dolls were and peeked around the corner. Charlie was still there, leering as he ever did. I skirted back against the length of the wall that led to my room and closed the door. Walking backwards to the bed, I never took my eyes off of it. I sat up all night that night. Whenever I thought I was getting too tired to keep my eyes open, I would hear a creak or a groan, and I just knew it had to be that horrible doll walking around outside my door. I got up the next morning with bags under my eyes and a crick in my back and opened my door. There was Charlie, looking like he hadn't moved even a little bit, but I knew in my child's heart he had been up all night with me. I spent every night at my aunt's house like that, propped up in bed, staring dumbly at the door, snatching quick naps during the day so I could stay up all night. By the time my parents came to pick me up, I imagined I looked pretty rough. My parents said nothing in front of my aunt, though my mother eyed me suspiciously, and I was grateful for that since I didn't want my aunt to know what had transpired and seemed ungrateful for her hospitality. When I got home, though, I told my parents of my ordeal, crying my eyes out as I did, falling into a deep, deep slumber after a short while. Needless to say, my parents didn't let me spend the night at my aunt's house ever again. And to my knowledge, my aunt never found out why. Now, this memory flashed in my mind after I came barreling through the door. Once I had regained my bearings and had a chance to look around, I saw I had found the doll room at last. The name implied that there would be many dolls in this room, hence the name, but it hadn't hit me until that very moment. From floor to ceiling were rows of shelves hanging on the powder pink walls. As I stepped further into the room, I noticed that on these shelves were various names. On some of the shelves, dolls still sat atop them, each name belonging to a specific doll. All had a first and last name, and each was unique and dainty. I turned about the room at the middle, glancing from doll to doll. Lacey Bell, Eleanor Rose, Mary May, Clarence Starling, and so forth. All of them had names. Then I noticed, to my utter shock and horror, that unlike my aunt's little friends, they were all moving, all breathing, blinking, and some of them were even talking in hushed tones, just like the doll I now absent-mindedly held in my arms. I stared at them as they stared back, never once moving an inch. And then I noticed something else. There were spaces on the shelves. I quickly read the names: Annabelle Lee, Hattie Jo, Lily Ann, August D., Huckleberry Finn, and Augustus Jones. 7 were missing. Where in the Sam Hill were they? I began to panic even more than I already had. My heart close to bursting was pounding so hard. I whirled around when I heard a bubbly little giggle. Standing there were 5 little dolls. 3 boys and 2 girls, one pointing at me as the others giggled and 2 looking curiously out the door. Apparently, they had heard me coming and sought to fortify the door lest I interrupt their fun. I wanted this to stop. I wanted to be anywhere but in that room. I wanted so many things at that moment. But we rarely ever get what we want, now do we? I tried to think of what to do, but I blanked. I knew for sure that I didn't want them getting out of the room, so I decided that the first order of business was to close and lock the door, which I did post-haste. The next thing I did was close my eyes and stop to take a breath. Easily the first one I had taken since I had gotten in the room. I didn't need to be passing out. That wouldn't do me much good. Then I remembered the rules to which I now clearly regarded as my survival guide. The rules clearly stated that I needed to make sure you face the dolls in the doll room facing the wall at night. Why that helped anything or did any good, I didn't care at the time. I just wanted to get those dozens of eyes off of me and looking at the wall. I hoped if I could face the dolls on the shelves towards the wall first, I would have more luck. So that's what I did. As soon as I faced the first doll to the wall, it was like turning a switch. The doll stopped all movement. There was no breathing, blinking, staring, rumbling, thumping, or clinking. The doll simply froze. Now that I was close to the wall, I got a better glimpse at the wallpaper, and something caught my eye. On the pink wall, there was written words, left to right, top to bottom, all over the paper. After studying them for a moment, it looked like the language they appeared to be in was Latin. I didn't know what the words meant, but things written in Latin are seldom ever a good thing, especially in weird, enchanted, logic-defying, time-hopping hotels like this one. I scrambled now to turn the dolls to the walls, the song Get Low playing in my head as I did so. I finished quick enough, but that's when the empty slot seemed even emptier. I turned my attention back to the dolls, which were now closing in on me. I had no idea which doll was which, but I didn't care. They were going on the shelves one way or another. I swooped at the first girl doll and shoved it in the closest slot, facing the wall, then I grabbed the second. I shoved it in the next available place and began to reach for the next one, a boy this time. When the room began to rumble and shake, I dropped the doll I had just grabbed and spun around. The doll I had just placed had spun its head around a complete 180 degrees, looking at me disapprovingly. I grabbed that doll back off the shelf and the rumbling stopped immediately, and his head returned to normal. I tried the next spot on a different shelf, and once again the rumbling began. I grabbed it back off. Maybe this was the doll's way of saying it was the wrong place? I kept trying slots, and on the 5th try, the room didn't rumble when I placed it. I kept this up until the first one, the one from outside my door, had been placed. I took another last look at the doll in my hands, then up at the shelf. Huh, so you're Annabelle Lee then, I said to myself. I placed her in her spot, then stood back to look at the room. Now remember how I said there were 7 empty slots? I was never very good at algebra in school, but in simple math I was a pro at. There had been only 5 dolls on the floor and one in my arms. All the rest had still been in their places. I turned to look at the corner of the room. There was still one empty slot left. On the third shelf from the floor, at eye level, first in the row, was the seventh empty slot. I groaned and hung my head low as I walked over to it. With a deep sigh, I looked at the name on the spot. I was prepared to go hunting this missing doll all throughout the hotel if need be, but I would at least know the name of the doll first before I went hunting for it. My eyes grew big, my breath hitched, and my heart stopped. Written on the shelf in front of the last slot was the name, Autumn Winters. I spun around and ran from the room, slamming and locking it behind me. Why was my name there? What did it mean? Were all those other dolls once real people too? 1,000 thoughts ran through my head. As soon as the key clicked in the lock and I gave the knob a quick turn, just to make sure it was locked, I then ran down the halls to my own room, slammed the door, not caring if I awoke Mr. Elberton, and locked my own door. I looked around the room and grabbed the nearest chair and wedged it into the door. Nothing was going to come for me tonight. I practically jumped onto the bed and stared at the door, listening for any and all movement on the other side. I must have stayed there for hours, unmoving, hardly blinking. About the time exhaustion set in and my eyelids began to slowly close, I heard a rapping, as if someone had been tapping at my balcony door. The bell rang aloud from downstairs, my attention now being torn from the photo and my thought to the ringing from below. I took one last look at the picture before heading downstairs to see where our newest guest could be. Once I rounded the bend and came down the staircase, I became aware of a smell that began wafting from the lobby. It wasn't a terrible smell, it was quite pleasant actually. It had a soft floral scent and undertones of citrus. It was a woman's perfume. As I reached the last step, I could see the woman in question. She was a young woman, not much older than myself, and she had long, dark brown hair with notes of caramel and red plaits and afro puffs on top of her head. When she turned to look at me, she smiled brightly. Her eyes were brown like her hair, only they contained flecks of green and hazel. Her skin was a dark, creamy brown that radiated a sun-kissed warmth. She was as tall as a year-old sapling and every bit as lean and willowy, wearing a leaf green halter top and blue jean bell-bottoms with flowery, yellow and red stitching near the pockets. She was very beautiful. As I made my way behind the counter, I began to say, "Good morning and welcome to the Hotel Bella Muerte. How may we serve you today?" But all I got out was, "Good morning and welcome to," before I noticed something strange. In her bag, which sat on the floor, was something moving. At first glance, all I saw was a swishing black and white striped tail. I did a double take, and that's when I saw that the tail was attached to a full-grown lemur that now popped its head from the bag. She giggled when she saw the look on my face. "Oh, isn't he the cutest? I have had him ever since he was a baby." I had never seen a live lemur before, other than at the zoo my family used to visit when I was a child or in nature documentaries. I looked from the lemur back to the lady and replied, "Yeah, he is. What's his name?" "His name is Wally." "Wally," I echoed. "Wally is a wonderful name for him. May I pet him?" "Of course, he's so sweet and soft," she responded. I bent down to pet the lemur, in awe of having the privilege to touch such a wild and exotic creature. As I reached out my hand slowly, the lemur gave it a quick sniff before it nuzzled into my hand. The lady was right. It was very soft and sweet. "Aw, Wally likes you," she giggled. After petting the lemur, I returned to my clerkly duties. "How may I help you today, Miss?" "Deborah, but you can just call me Deb if you'd like." I'm just traveling through and I saw this gorgeous hotel in town and thought I'd stay and explore for a little and stay the night. Of course, Miss Deborah. Any room preferences? If you have a room with a view of the town, that would be nice. Of course, room number 1 has an excellent view. I accepted her payment, walked to the name cards, wrote her name down, and grabbed the room key. You can follow me. I took her to room number 1. Once I opened the door, the room almost seemed made for her. I had forgotten the theme of the room, the jungle theme. She squealed with delight when she saw the room, and I noticed even Wally perked up at the sight of the various plants and small trees that decorated the room. He would have some place to hide and climb now. Oh, but what a lovely room. I think Wally and I will be right at home here. Wonderful. I'm glad you like it. Is there anything more I can do for you? No, not at all. I think Wally and I will settle in before leaving to explore the town. Awesome. Well, let me know if you need anything. I'll be around. Until then, I'll let you two settle in and get comfortable. Thanks, she responded. And with that, I turned and headed back to my room. Once I was there, I was able to look at myself in the full-length mirror next to the wardrobe. I looked rough. I had the same clothes on that I had worn the day before, my short-sleeved red check shirt and skinny jeans, and they were all wrinkled and bunched together in some places. My hair, no longer in ponytail, now hung in more of a half ponytail than anything, and many strands of hair flowed freely about my face. My makeup had rubbed off and my lipstick smeared. My eyes looked tired and bloodshot, and I had raccoon eyes from rubbing my teary eyes the night before. It was anyone's guess how Deborah didn't notice, and if she did, she said nothing, for which I was grateful. Now that I had gotten her settled in, I decided to take a quick shower, redo my makeup, and put on some clean, fresh new clothes. I chose to wear a bright, happy, navy blue sunflower dress that came to my knees, a yellow short-sleeved cardigan to go with it, and my ruby red pumps. And to complete the look, I added a few articles of jewelry, small gold hoop earrings, and a gold, rose-engraved locket that had been passed down in my family for generations. Once I had finished getting dolled up, I made my way to the kitchen to grab a bite to eat before I, too, like Deborah, began to explore the town. I got to the fridge and looked inside once again. Nothing. It was completely empty. I closed it and thought about what I wanted to eat that morning and decided to check the cabinets. The cabinets held exactly what I wanted and nothing more. Just a granola bar and an apple. I found this unusual, like all of the other things at the hotel, but this was one of the more exciting things to be discovered. I took my breakfast items and left the room. As I went down the hallway on my way back downstairs, I decided to check on Mr. Elberton to see if there was anything I could do for him, but when I got to room number 8, his name card was gone, and when I opened the door too, so was he. Not a suitcase or hair left behind. I shut the door and went on downstairs. Once there, I wrote a note explaining where I was and what cell phone number I could be reached at should I be needed and placed it on the front desk. I then exited the building. As I stood on the steps leading from the hotel, the late summer sun shone bright and hot in the sky. The warmth was penetrating my body and touching my soul. I had needed this. The fresh air and light of day to wash away all my troubles of the night before. I stepped into the street and began to explore the town. There were only a few buildings left standing of what I'm sure was the original town, many of them damaged by the weather and time. Some had been burned and charred in places. The signs on the buildings had faded and were hardly legible, but some I could still read. There were 5 buildings in total, including the hotel. The one I stood before now was the post office. The post office was a simple building, made from the same maple wood that grew here in the woodlands of the East Mountain regions of the nearby area. It sat directly next to the hotel in a line of buildings with only an alleyway between them. It looked small and squatty compared to the hotel, only about a third of the size and a fourth of the depth. The sign was inlaid in the wooden front of the buildings at the highest point just below the sheet metal roof. Out of curiosity, I decided to go inside and check the place out. As I walked into the building, I heard the ringing of a small bed just above my head, signaling my entrance into the building. Walking in, I wasn't greeted with the normal post office look I'd come to know. Instead, it looked rather bare. There were no modern necessities other than the light bulbs that hung overhead, just a small wood-burning stove with a percolator sitting on the only range, a rocking chair that sat next to the back left-hand corner of the room near the stove, as well as a few other chairs that sat around a table in the center of the room. I noticed quickly that there was also a wrought iron bed in the other backhand corner of the room with an old quilt for a blanket. Other than that, there was nothing very spectacular or worth mentioning. Standing in the corner of the room, just beginning to pour himself a cup of coffee from the percolator, was a man of normal height and muscular build. Without even turning around, he asked in a gruff, gravelly voice, "Would you like a cup of coffee, miss? I've got an extra one." He turned after he said this to me to look at me directly. I felt my cheeks grow hot and hurried to look away from the man. He was handsome and looked only a little older than I did. His hair was a sandy blonde and his eyes were candy apple green, vibrant in color. He had a natural tan and was broad-shouldered, giving him an athletic look. He wore a dusty-looking, white long-john undershirt that had the sleeves rolled up halfway to his forearm, a pair of equally dusty and dirty light brown slacks with suspenders, and an old, beige cowboy hat that looked well-worn and weathered. No, thank you," I stuttered out. As he walked towards me, I could hear the heel of his boots hit the floor. "What can I do for you, ma'am?" I forced myself to look up then, my cheeks still blushing. I hoped to God he hadn't noticed or thought I had simply been out in the hot sun for too long. "I work at the hotel next door to you. I've only been here a day and I had some free time, so I decided to check out the town. You were the first stop." He looked me up and down then, giving me the once-over. I felt so embarrassed. Why would my cheeks not stop burning? I decided to cover the one that faced him while I pretended to look at a single hanging mirror on the wall. He came closer still until he was right in front of me. I looked at him then, for the first time longer than a few seconds, and now noticed since he was up close, he also had light freckles on his cheeks and nose. My breath hitched. I didn't even know this man. He was a stranger to me, so why was I being so shy? Never in my life had I experienced this, and I was hoping the feeling would go away quickly. I liked being in control of my own emotions and body. After looking at me for what seemed like a really long time, he spoke again. "So, you're the newest caretaker of the hotel, and what would your name be?" "Autumn Winters," I replied, still lacking confidence. "And who might you be?" "My name is Jasper Moon. I'm the postman here in town, but I'm sure you already gleaned that." I looked at the place once more and asked, "Do you live here in the post office?" He laughed softly in response. "Oh, yes, ma'am, I do. But I wouldn't exactly call this place an office. It's a post and a place to call home. Nothing more." "Oh, but you are in charge of delivering the mail and packages, are you not?" I asked, gaining more confidence by the minute, the redness of my face slowly dwindling. "Of course. That is what I was paid to do, after all." I felt embarrassed for the second time in his presence. My confidence dashed no sooner than I gained it. I had just asked such a stupid question. Of course he worked there. Why would I think otherwise? I must have stood there a little too long searching for a reply to his sarcasm that had taken me off guard, because he began to laugh again as he turned to walk over to the table. He took one of the chairs and slid it out from under the wooden frame of the table and turned the chair around now to face me and sat down. "Well, Miss Autumn Winters, I must say, my first impression is that you're not going to last long here in this town." "What does that mean?" I retorted, growing a little upset. "You're too everything you shouldn't be. Too meek, too timid, too dainty, too young, too small. Not too bright, and clearly not equipped to deal with the sort of things you'll be facing in this town on a daily basis," he replied, and taking the first sip of his coffee. I felt my face growing hot once again, this time not in shy embarrassment but rather in anger. Who was he to judge me? How could he tell I wouldn't last long when he had literally only just met me? What sort of energy was I giving off that read stupid failure to him? Yeah, I was small, but what did that have to do with anything? Yeah, I was young, but I was still a fully fledged adult who legally could do just about anything under the law. Yeah, as I had well figured out, I was inexperienced in dealing with the norms of daily hotel life. I learned that in my first 24 hours. And I wasn't normally shy. I just got flustered over how handsome he was and stumbled over my words a little and asked one obvious question, not wanting to just assume things. Though the thing that got me most worked up in that moment was that he called me stupid. I was many things, but I was not and never have been stupid. Now wait just a minute, I said, moving a little closer to where he sat. Who are you to tell me what I am and what I'm not? You don't even know me. I don't know you, but I know your type. I've seen caretaker after caretaker pass through this town, and only 3 have lasted longer than a few days or at most a few weeks. Every single one of them, with the exception of the 3, weren't prepared for and never adapted to this life. It's just how things have always been, and how they always will be till this town no longer stands," he replied, draining his cup in a few large gulps. You don't know that. No one can know that. It's something that time will have to tell, I said as I crossed my arms in my defense. We'll just have to wait and see then, won't we? He stood now from his seat, placing his empty cup on the table. Yeah, I guess we will, and you'll see you're wrong about me, I said sarcastically as I spun on my heels and headed for the door. Have a good day then, ma'am, he said as I walked out the door, ignoring him and his goodbye. I no longer felt like exploring the town after that encounter. It left me frustrated and huffy. I decided to go back to the hotel and just try and work out my frustration by cleaning the place. When I got back to the hotel, I figured that the first thing that would need cleaning was room number 8. Since Mr. Elberton had stayed the night, though he left the room in good order, it still needed going over. It took me a moment to gather the cleaning supplies in the closet behind the front desk, but once I had everything, I was ready to get started. While walking out from the closet, I accidentally knocked the letter to the ground, and its contents slipped out. When I reached down to pick up the letter, it had opened to the specific rules outlining the cleaning of the various rooms. I took a closer look at it, not remembering having read this part. Why the owners felt the need to write exactly how to clean everything, down to polishing chess pieces, I didn't know, so I continued to read the letter. My eyes scanned the notes and landed on the rule for room number 8. Rule number 67. Make sure to return all items Mr. Elberton takes to the various other rooms in the hotel and buildings in the town. I was a little confused, to say the least. In all the time I had spent with Mr. Elberton the night before, I had never seen him take anything. I suppose, though, he could have taken any number of items in his pockets or his bags while he was left unattended. It seemed like a simple enough task, though, I thought. But things are never simple or easy in the hotel. So I went up to his room with the cleaning supplies and got to work. In the process of cleaning the room, I was shocked by the amount of things Mr. Elberton had taken. There were a number of items, ranging anywhere from as small as a quarter to as large as a baby elephant. Here's a list of the items he had taken. 7 spoons from the dining room, 5 chess pieces from the chess set in the lobby sitting room, 2 dozen boiled eggs from what I could only think would have been the fridge, all of them hidden throughout the room like some sort of poor man's Easter egg hunt, 4 dolls from the doll room. How we got in there is anyone's guess. The door's locked during the day and at night after the dolls have been moved to face the wall. 9 some odd books from the library down the way. At least I think they were the library's books. 12 potted plants from the jungle room where Deborah was now staying, most in the smallest of pots, and one young tree. 3 bottles of pills, none of which was in his name, but thankfully also not missing any. Yeah, I counted them all. And lastly, 1 stack of letters with a note attached asking for me to mail them. After hunting down all the eggs and throwing them away, I returned the chess pieces to the sitting room, the dolls to the doll room, and placed all the dolls back in their places and all the spoons to the dining room. The last thing I did was drag the little tree to Deborah's room as I balanced all the rest of the potted plants on various parts of my body and knocked on the door with my foot. She opened the door and gasped when she saw all the plants that probably looked like they were sprouting from me. Thankfully, she didn't mind my intrusion and asked no questions or even seemed fazed when I placed the plants in her room. My last order of business was to return all the items taken from around town. After gathering all the items together, I got ready to take them back to the various places in town, but before I left, I needed to put stamps on the stack of letters. I grabbed a booklet of stamps from the front desk drawer. I flipped through letters licking the stamps and placed them on the envelopes as I went along. They were all addressed to people whose names I didn't recognize, but I absent-mindedly read through them anyway. 3/4 of the way through the stack, I dropped the mail on the floor as my eyes grew wide. Oh my God, what had I just done? I began to freak out, wondering what fresh hell I was about to go through because I licked all the damn stamps. I remembered there was something about licking stamps in what I had come to consider my survival manual. I reached behind me and grabbed hold of the letter of rules given to me by the owners and anxiously flipped through the rules. As my eyes scanned the pages, I finally settled on rule number 132. Always lick the stamps in the presence of the postman. What the hell kind of rule was that? Even though I knew the rules were in place for a reason, because so far, not following them led me astray, I didn't want to go back to the same place I had just been and have to talk to the postman. I probably would have knowingly ignored the rule if it hadn't been for the sudden and inexplicable dizziness that had suddenly washed over me. I waited for a few minutes to see if the dizziness would pass, but it didn't. That's when I knew I screwed up for sure. Knowing I was going to have to go back to the post office made me angry at myself. Knowing I had forgotten the rule made it worse. And knowing I was going to have to basically admit to the postman that he had been right about me made it so much worse. I decided after a few more minutes of debating, when the dizziness only got worse, that I would take the plunge and go next door. As I made my way down the front steps, I almost tripped and fell. I felt as if I had had 1 drink too many, causing me to stumble. Once down the steps, I made the trek next door. The distance was probably only about 200 feet, but it seemed almost as if the ground shifted and stretched, becoming longer than what I had previously remembered. The drunken feeling only got worse the further I stepped, and my muscles began to weaken. I didn't know what was wrong with those stamps, but damn if it wasn't messing me up. I opened the door this time to find the postman sitting at the table. At least, that's what I thought he was doing. I couldn't tell as my mind began to become cloudy and my vision blurred. Nothing seemed to make sense. I stumbled inside straight to the center of the room where the table was. I had to hold on to something as the room spun around me. The postman looked up from where he was sitting reading a book when he saw me. He looked at me, now getting sloppy and droopy, and only shook his head. Now I know I made you upset when you left here earlier today, but I didn't take you for a drunk. Guess you were right. I did have you pegged wrong. I'm not drunk, I stammered. I just licked the stamps. He let out a belly laugh, deep and long. Oh, tell me, did you even read the letter given to you by Miss Mary and Miss Martha? Or did you just want to see me again so soon?" he teased. "No," I said a little too loudly without meaning to. I just forgot." "Well, I don't know what to tell you. You should have had those memorized by now. Those rules are the keys to your survival. If you want to last here, I suppose you better get to it," he said with a non-empathetic look on his face. I slumped in the chair nearest to me and to the side of him. "Isn't there something you can do to make it stop? Stop the spinning, I mean?" "Yes, ma'am, I can," he said, rising from his seat. "But it won't work nearly as well since you didn't take it before you licked the stamps." "What won't work as well?" I asked, laying my now pounding head on the table. The elixir I made to counter the effects of the stamps," he answered over his shoulder, walking toward a set of cabinets in the back of the room. Pulling out a small, blue glass bottle, he walked back and sat down next to me. "How many stamps did you lick?" I don't know, maybe 6 or 7. There were a lot of letters to post," I said in response to his question. "Well, I reckon you better drink that whole bottle then." Why he found this funny, I didn't know. I didn't know a lot of things at the time, but I did as he said. I pulled the cork out of the top of the bottle and smelled the contents. It smelled disgusting, but if it would make the dizziness, splitting headache, weak muscles, and overall terrible feeling I was experiencing go away, I would have drunk a gallon of the stuff. I tipped the bottle back and gulped down the whole thing before I had a chance to truly taste whatever was in the bottle. I'm glad I did because it was all I could do to hold the liquid down. After a few moments, the dizzying effects of the stamps lessened and the headache got better. I still felt weak and worn and thin, though. "What did you put on those stamps?" I asked after I had regained my composure a little. "I didn't put anything on those stamps. I wasn't the one who made them, but to answer your question, the people who did make them made the glue on the stamps from the sticky resin that comes out of some of the mushrooms that used to grow here." "Great, I'm not drunk, I'm stoned," I said as I tried to stand, only to find I couldn't feel my legs as they gave out from underneath of me. "Whoa there," he replied, jumping up and catching me before I fell. "How about you just lie down now and sleep it off? It's the only thing you can do now. And just know you may have some interesting dreams." At this point, my whole body went limp, and I suddenly found I could no longer talk. Whatever type of mushroom the stamps had been made from, or the liquid from the blue bottle, must have had a tranquilizing effect. The postman then carried me over to where the bed lay in the corner of the room. He gently placed me on my back, and turning me on my side, he placed a pillow underneath of me. I had never done drugs in my life up until this point. I hadn't even smoked weed, but I knew from watching certain TV shows and movies, he had placed me on my side to prevent me from choking on my own vomit. I now grew a little afraid. If I had just licked one stamp and drank the liquid from the bottle, I probably would have been fine. But I licked multiple stamps and drank the blue bottle elixir. Was I going to be all right? I didn't even have time to ask the question before I passed out. Once again, in the span of only 24 hours, I dreamt of years long past. My dream started in a crowded town, one where there were more people than it seemed possible for a town that size to hold. There were all kinds of folks. Most of them looked like they came from poor backgrounds, and some looked middle class, and none looked as if they were rich. They walked swiftly through the town, all headed in the same direction. I tried to see where they were headed, but I couldn't. But in this dream, I had the power to walk. I walked shoulder to shoulder with the large group of people through the dirty, dusty streets and past all the many buildings far too close together. The town itself was old. It looked very similar to what I imagined New York might have looked like during its industrial age, when people of all nations and backgrounds flocked to it for the promise of a better life. The Georgian-era buildings stood tall and close together, and many dilapidated and seemingly crudely built, all as old as the town itself, which I guessed to be around the early 17 to 1800s. Many of the buildings seemed to have more than one family living in them. How they supported the weight of the people inside I couldn't figure out, because some of the buildings looked like they would buckle at any minute. Despite their condition, they were all painted beautifully, almost in an attempt to cover up their run-down nature. When we reached the end of town, I could see where a clearing opened up and I understood where we were. We were in an old textile mill town. The giant mill houses spanned acres, and there must have been a dozen of them. Each had its own purpose in the production of the various types of fabric they produced, and the people who worked there appeared to be divided into status groups based on where they worked. There was definitely a hierarchy amongst the people. The upper-class people worked in the buildings that got the fabrics ready for shipment. The middle-class people worked in the weaving and making of the fabrics, and the lowest and poorest class of people worked in the gin houses. As I walked with the people, it was as if my feet took a life of their own. I could no longer choose the direction I wanted to go. I went along with it and made my way into the clearing with the higher class of people on their way to the packing and shipment building. The building was the smallest of the 12, with wide open docks and doors, and a loud whistle signifying the changing of the shifts. People entered as others exited the place, and we went through the doors and entered therein. Once inside, I was shocked at the amount of fabrics there were. There were all kinds. There were many different shades of warm wool, exquisite silks, sturdy cotton, and comfortable linen. Some had floral prints and others paisley, all in different colors and patterns. The sheer number of the different fabrics was astonishing. Despite the size of the building, it held so much. As I looked around, I became aware of a person I had known I had seen before. I couldn't place my finger on it at first, but the longer I stood, the more convinced I became. It was the woman from the picture outside my door, the picture of the Bennett family, Rosa Bennett, dressed in a fine navy blue and black silk floor-length dress. She stood on the second floor of the building towards the back where the smarter and more learned workers had their desks. As I watched her, I noticed she stared ahead, hands on the banister looking down to where I was. Then it hit me. She wasn't watching the workers or caught in a daydream. She was looking straight at me. I tried looking behind me to see if she was merely looking through me at something since no one else could see me. But when I turned back around, I saw her smile. Then she walked with one hand still on the banister, guiding her down the stairs. As she descended, she kept her eyes locked on me, never looking elsewhere. I began to become a little intimidated by her stare. It was constant and purposeful, just as her walk was. I knew she had something to say before she even opened her mouth. "Hello. I'm glad we can finally meet face to face. I have heard about you and your arrival and have wanted to meet you, though I didn't realize it would be so soon," she said with a slight giggle. Before I had found the words to reply, she continued, "Do you know where you are?" No, I don't believe I do. I can tell it's a much bigger and older town than where the hotel is, though." "Yes, it is. It's a town back east where I came to when I was young, after I was married to my husband. I wasn't prepared for this life and hated it here. It was too uptight and I didn't like the people whose company my husband kept," she said with disdain. "If you didn't like it, then why did you stay?" "Things were different then. A woman couldn't divorce her husband, even if she had good reason, and I didn't. I hated being married to him. I hated being so far away from my family and friends, but he was always kind and civil to me. And when I had my daughters, it sealed my fate.
I certainly couldn't leave them even if I wanted to. I had no means of making a living or going back home, and I couldn't take my daughters away from their father. Even if I had been able to make a living for myself, I couldn't feed 3 hungry mouths," she replied a little mournfully. I knew she was right. It can be hard enough today for a woman to leave her husband, let alone in the early 1800s. I noticed, too, now that she was up close, she wasn't a white woman either. Her copper-tan skin wasn't just from too much sun. She looked much older than I was sure she was. Wrinkles and lines traced the outlines of her face, and gray streaks flowed through her jet-black hair. Her dark brown eyes looked weary from the many years of being shackled to a life she never wanted or felt she needed. As I looked at her, I could sense her pain, sorrow, and regret. She had lived a life not meant for her, and it had broken her spirit. I couldn't tell you how sorry I felt for her in that moment, yet she looked more sorrowful still when she spoke these next words. "You see, I grew up on a ranch in Mexico. My father was well known to be one of the best cattlemen in the region. We weren't wealthy by any means, but we were comfortable. I loved the life I lived, the wide open spaces, my horses that could run freely where they wished, and my family that was so very close-knit. It was a simple life, but a life well lived." She paused a moment before continuing to speak. "Oh, when I was 15, a man from America came. He was from the East and wanted to establish a business near where I lived. He came to the ranch because he had heard my father spoke English and he needed a translator. I even remember the day he came. I was getting ready for my quinceañera. It was only a few weeks away, and my mother and grandmother were making my dress as I stood on a stool so they could hem it. He saw me and got a strange look on his face. He told my father I was the prettiest girl he had ever seen. I saw him many times after that. He met with my father often. After he had conducted his business, he came back to the ranch and asked my father for my hand in marriage. At first, my father said no, but when he offered him a large sum of money, or as he put it, for his troubles, my father agreed. The ranch hadn't been doing well that year, and in order to keep it running, my father could use the money. So he sold me and traded my life for the sake of my whole family's well-being. We married a few weeks after my 15th birthday. I wasn't the beaming bride everyone expected me to be. My friends tried to calm my spirit by telling me what a wonderful life and opportunities I would have, being married to a rich man. But it did nothing for me, and the day after the wedding I had to say goodbye to my friends, family, and home. I never saw them after that, nor did I ever walk again in the land of my birth." My eyes filled with tears hearing her story. I understood her a little more then, and it made more sense what she told me later on. After she had told me her life's tale, she looked from the ground where her eyes had fallen back to me. "Come with me, I need to show you something," she said as she grabbed my hand and led me to the back of the building. When we went through the door, we were no longer in the packing and shipping building. It was as if we had simply walked through a portal to the entryway of someone's home. I noticed quickly, though, that it wasn't a house at all. It was actually a railway car, decorated elegantly. The car held everything a person would need to live in comfort. To the left side, chairs, a couch, and a small table with a vase of dried flowers on it. A small love seat on the opposite side between 2 end tables. Beautiful stained glass lamps and hanging lights that gave a colored glow to the room. And the carpet on the floor looked new and expensive. It looked almost too beautiful to live in by my own standards. She let go of my hand then, and we stood there as the scene played out before us. I could see her there, sitting on the love seat, even though she also stood next to me, wearing a far less expensive dress, more common and designed for a simpler life. She was sipping tea from fine china, a book on her lap. All looked peaceful and calm in the room. I half-heartedly wanted to join her, but as we stood there, her husband entered, and the tranquil quality of the room fled before him. He looked angry, furious even. Filled with indignant rage, he bellowed,
These savages refuse to leave. They're hindering our plans and setting us back months." "They aren't savages, dear," the woman in the railcar said as she took another sip from her cup. "They've lived here on this land far longer than we. They merely don't want to leave their homes. Perhaps they wouldn't have to if we built the town a little further over to the east or north up a little." "But then what would be the problem, Would they then complain that we take too much water from them? Or perhaps they might change their minds about us and attack us in the night, scalping us and our children," he continued to yell as he paced the room. "No, the best course of action is to force them out once and for all. They're a dirty and simple-minded people. If they can find the ability to live here in the middle of this god-forsaken land, they can live just about anywhere. You just aren't comprehending this. You came from a simple-minded community as well. You are lucky I saved you from it and gave you a better life." I was astonished by what I was hearing from the man. Savages, dirty and simple-minded people, they were anything but. How could someone be so ignorant and close-minded? Surely this man could hear himself and how ridiculous he sounded. And what of her? Wasn't she compassionate, having come from a simpler community herself? All these thoughts surged through my mind as I continued to watch them speak before me.
"Well, being so simple-minded, explain to me just what you had in mind to rectify the situation then,"
she replied haughtily. "I plan on having some of my men go to their village tonight and force them from the land," he said as he poured himself a cup of tea and taking the first sip.
"You can't do that. They're a community that relies on one another. If you force them from their homes in the dead of night, where will they go and what will they do?"
"I don't give much a damn, my dear, quite frankly," he replied, taking another sip, pretending to be a gentleman.
"They have women and children. What would you do if I and our girls were suddenly forced from our homes in the middle of the night? What would we do then?"
"Oh, like that would ever happen," he said, placing his cup on the table in front of him where he sat on the sofa. "I imagine if I thought we were, we'd put up one hell of a fight. That's why my men are going fully armed."
I thought you said you were going to remove them from the land. Do you plan on killing them as well?"
she asked, panic rising in her voice. "I plan on any and all contingencies. If they leave quietly, then there will be no bloodshed. But if they don't," he trailed off.
"If they don't?"
she continued. "Then we'll just have to wait and see," he said, arising from the couch and leaving the room. I saw her sitting there silent now, a look of horror on her face. Had she heard him correctly? Did he really plan on forcefully removing and killing an entire village of people just so he could build a town? Did he not foresee what his actions could ensue? Was this really the type of man he was? I could hear all these thoughts run through her mind as she sat uncomfortably on the love seat, the fabric of it clenched between her hands as her heartbeat ran wild. After a few moments, you could see her calm a little. A thought had popped into her mind. Once her husband had made up his mind to do something, he never stopped till he got what he wanted. This she knew. Perhaps, though, there was something surely that she could do to prevent what she knew in her heart was about to happen. I saw her get up from her seat then, raise her head and straighten and smooth her dress, and walk with purpose. She only had a short time to prepare for what would happen next, and prepare she would. She walked over to a roll-top desk that sat in the corner of the room and began to pen a letter to her family back in Mexico. What she wrote, I couldn't see, but she wrote with passion and fury, as if she didn't have enough time to get it all down. She placed the letter in an envelope and put a stamp on it, and then almost sprinted out of the room, letter in hand. The woman who was with me then took my hand and led me after her old self out of the railway car. Once we were safely on the ground, we followed her through an encampment filled with tents and crude buildings meant to serve as temporary housing and storage. There were many men there, hundreds even, and only a few women here and there. I suppose they were the wives of some of the men that had been brave enough to venture west far from their old homes and comforts they knew there. We went past a group of women then. They scarcely wore a thing, and these women, I guess, were the men's only source of entertainment in that near desolate place. She walked up to a man who had his back to her. He was wearing a white long-john undershirt, a pair of light brown slacks with suspenders, and a beige cowboy hat. "Jasper," she called out. "Jasper, I need you to run a letter for me. It's urgent." He turned around to face her, and that's when I saw him, the postman. He looked less tired, more unburdened and whole, if that makes any sense. "Mrs. Bennett," he said as he tipped his hat to her. "What letter do you have for me today, then?" "It's a letter to my family in Mexico. It has to get there as soon as possible. Like I said, it's urgent, and I need you to read it out today," she said in response to his question. "No can do, Mrs. Bennett. I can't be doing that. Your husband has got all the men ready to go tonight to remove the Indians from the land, and I'm going to go with them. No mail will be going out today, I'm afraid." No, but it has to. Surely you can run it to the nearest posting. My husband could do without one man, surely." "I'm afraid not, ma'am. I have my orders, and I can't lose my job. You aren't the one that pays me, after all," he replied. "Well, how soon can you have it out?" she asked then, after a few moments. "Best I can do is Friday next week, ma'am." "But that's over a week from now when you make your usual run," she cried, as panic crept once again in her voice. "Surely you can take it sooner. Please, I'll pay extra for your troubles, triple your normal rate." He thought about it then before settling on a decision. I'll take it from you then and have it out by this Friday. Best I can do." She stood there for a moment, contemplating what to do. "Well, if that's your best, here then," she said, handing over the letter. He took it from her and nodded towards her direction as she turned, making her way back to the railway car, and disappointed that she couldn't get the letter to her family sooner. It was then that the scene went black, and we were left standing, the woman and I in the dark, nothing around us. She turned towards me as I asked her, "What was so important about that letter? Why did you want it delivered so badly?" "Growing up, my grandma was a bruja. She knew every spell and cleansing ritual there was. When I was little, a Catholic mission church settled in the town and they sought to convert the locals. Being one of the better-known and established families, the priest believed that if my father and our family went to the church, the other locals would also. So we paid my father, a side agreement they had, and we went to the church every day for Mass and every Sunday for church. I grew up in the church and its beliefs. My family eventually did convert, but my grandmother also incorporated her beliefs as well. When I heard what my husband planned to do, I wanted to reach out to her for advice and help. I knew she would know what to do. She always did. I also asked her to reach out to the newest priest, Father Michael, and ask him his advice also. I needed that letter to go out as soon as possible, just in case my gut was right and what I thought would happen would come true," she explained. "So you knew what your husband planned to do, and all you did was write a letter?" I asked, growing frustrated and angry with her. "I did. I had lived with him for long enough to know what kind of man he was, even if I didn't want to believe it, but I was powerless to stop it. I only had enough money saved back for petty things. I couldn't pay off every man in town, nor could I stop my husband once he got on the warpath. He was a force to be reckoned with then, and all I could do was write that letter," she responded. "But what would that do? Your grandmother and Father Michael were thousands of miles away, and that letter wouldn't go out for days. What could they have done to stop what happened?" I knew nothing could stop what was about to happen. That was completely out of my hands, but all I could do was prepare for what was to come from the blowback of my husband's actions. All I knew was that I had to protect my daughters and I at all costs. Never mind him, she stated, a look of absent-minded determination playing about her. So, what did you do once the night was over and the bloodshed had occurred? I asked her, halfway not wanting to know the answer because I suddenly sensed she had done something horrible. I did something horrible? What did you do? Surely it can't be as bad as what your husband did. When everything happened that night, Jasper set out that Friday to deliver the mail. It took several weeks to arrive and several more for a response to come back. Almost a month and a half later, the return letter came. I took it eagerly from Jasper and tore it open once I got back from his tent. Construction had already begun in the town and things were going up quickly. In the envelope there were 2 separate letters, one from Father Michael, the second larger one from my grandmother. I quickly read Father Michael's letter first. It mainly said to pray that God would forgive our sins and make the town prosperous so the Native Americans didn't die in vain. I thought that was preposterous. I didn't want God to forgive our sins. I wanted him to collect payment for them and avenge the deaths of the innocent, not in turn make the town prosperous, she said with a snort. Not finding what I was looking for, I began to read my grandmother's, and finally I found what I was waiting to hear. My grandmother told me of many different spells I could cast over my wicked husband and his men in the town. In the letter, the spells were laid out, word for word, describing what items I would need to complete them. Some were in Spanish, others surprisingly in Latin. I decided to follow each and cast them all, but unfortunately, it wasn't easy to get all the things I needed for the spells. We only had so many resources out of the middle of nowhere. For some of the spells, I had to make do with what I had and hope for the best. Other, more important spells, I secretly sent out for the things I need. As for the Latin spells, I didn't know Latin, but I practiced them, trying to correctly pronounce them, all in secret and never in their entirety, only in pieces and parts. Did they work? Some did and others didn't. I was able to gather all the supplies needed by the time that night occurred, she said, now facing away from me for a moment. The night the villagers came into the town, it had been mostly built. My husband and children and I were fast asleep in the hotel. I wasn't prepared for what came next. None of us were. When the chanting of the peoples rang out in the night, I grew afraid. I didn't care what happened to me or my husband, but my girls, my sweet, sweet girls, I couldn't let anything happen to them. So I jumped out of bed when the screams began and ran to their room. I held them close to me as they cried, tears streaming down their cheeks. That was when I knew I had to do something. So I ran to the old roll-top desk where I had hidden the letter from my grandmother in a secret compartment and took it out. There was one spell I could cast, a protection spell over the hotel protecting all within. While the native people cast their spells, so did I, she said as she now turned back to face me. The spells, did they work? They did. Perhaps they were stronger than the ones the native people cast, or maybe perhaps it was for the reason I cast them. Either way, we lived to see another dawn. I saw then a light, almost as if it was at the end of a tunnel shining in the distance. It was a bright, white light, which illuminated the dark around us. As I stood there, I looked back at Rosa, and I asked her one final question. Your daughters, what became of them? Unfortunately, before she could answer the question, the light began to increase with a loud humming. It made it impossible to hear her over it, drowning out whatever words she had to tell me. And with that, I awoke. As I opened my heavy eyes, I could see I was on a bed, an old quilt upon me to keep me warm, and the bright, unfiltered light of a light bulb shone overhead. It was night wherever I was. I could tell from the chirping of crickets and the other night noises that sounded in the distance. I rolled over onto my back, sore and stiff muscles and joints groaning in protest. I slowly remembered where I was as I laid there for a few moments just staring into the space at the ceiling. Once I had gathered my bearings, I sat up and took a look around the now dimly lit room full of shadows, only held at bay with the light of the singular bulb that hung from the ceiling and the lamp that sat on the bedside table beside me. My eyes scanned the room only to settle on the figure sitting next to the bed in the rocking chair, reading the same book as before. "What time is it?" I barely choked out, due to the dry mouth and throat I had received from hours of no fluids. "I believe it's about 9 p.m. on a Wednesday," he replied, never looking up from his book. My eyes grew wide as I began to start from the bed. "I know what you're thinking, and yeah, you've been asleep for about a day and a half, but don't worry. I took care of all the nightly duties for you while you were out cold." I settled back down, knowing things had been taken care of in my absence. "You take care of a lot of things, don't you?" I said with an accusatory tone. He still didn't look up from his book and turned a page as he answered, "I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but yeah, I do." "You were one of the men that murdered the villagers who lived on this land long ago," I said, realizing a little too late what that implied. He looked up from his book then, a questioning look on his face. "How could you possibly? You know what? Never mind. You can't possibly know what happened that night. You weren't there." But I was, or at least I had a dream about it," I said, still upset at him for what he had done. "A dream? Oh, sweetheart, if you saw what happened that night, it wasn't a dream. What I can't figure out is why, out of all the caretakers, you seem to be the one chosen for a vision. That don't happen often. Who showed you this so-called dream?" he asked me, resting the book on his lap. "I don't have to tell you that. It's none of your business." Then I added, "And don't call me sweetheart." "Keep your secrets then, and I'll keep mine." We stared at each other then for quite a while. The silence in the room was deafening. You could have heard a pin drop. After a few more moments of intense staring, I got up off the bed. If he wasn't going to explain himself and what he did, and I wasn't willing to share what I knew, then there was no reason for me to stay. I looked around for my shoes that he had apparently taken off of me, first under the bed and then towards the door. After not seeing them there, I heard him speak behind me. "Looking for these?" he said, twirling one of the shoes on his finger. "You know, I never saw how women walked on these." I grabbed the shoes huffily out of his hands and put them on as I moved simultaneously towards the door. Once I had them on, I looked back to where Jasper sat, my hand on the doorknob, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Moon, for all your help, but I think I'll be going now." "I imagine you would be," he said as he looked from me to the door, then back at me, implying once again that I had stated the obvious. This just made me even angrier at him once again. I swung the door open swiftly and headed out into the cool, crisp night air. Once outside, I breathed deeply in, the fresh air doing wonders for my clouded and jumbled thoughts. As I walked back to the hotel, I thought of all that I had seen in my visions. It worried me knowing that somehow, after over 200 years, at least one of the men who assisted in the night raid still lived. What exactly was the curse that the Pueblo people put on the town? What spells did Rosa Bennett put on the place as well, and how did the two coincide? I had too many things to sort through, but I made up my mind that night to get to the bottom of whatever had happened to the town and the hotel that resided within it. I got to the hotel in no time at all and entered through the front door, Locking it behind me, I came through the entryway and up to the doll room, turned the dolls to the walls, and went about feeding Jesus. Once I completed all my nightly duties, I found myself wide awake. I sat down behind the desk to think about things, like how I had found myself caught in a haunted, time-jumping, animal-talking hotel in a town where the dead rise and people never age had me reeling. While lost in thought, I became startled at the sudden sound of the telephone ringing. As I turned to grab the phone off the desk and into my lap to answer it, I accidentally pulled the cord too far. That's when I noticed that the phone wasn't even plugged in at all. I looked now back at the rotary phone in my lap, still ringing, and slowly picked up the receiver. "Hello?" I said, as I awaited a response. I only heard slight crackling and static over the phone. "Hello, who is this?" I asked again, a little louder this time.
This is your conscience speaking.
The voice on the other end of the line replied. "Ah, great. What can I do for you, Jiminy Cricket?" I responded sarcastically.
I need to speak to you about the hotel. Not everything is what it seems,"
the phone entity said. "Yeah, I kind of figured that out already," I said, getting annoyed. "So what's your take on the hotel?"
"Don't trust the girl in room number 1.
The voice hissed. "You mean Deborah? She seems so nice," I said as I looked around the room, trying to see if I was still alone. I didn't want Deb coming in if the phone entity and I were going to be talking about her.
Just beware. She may seem nice, but she is the reason for your suffering."
"Well, thank you for the advice, but unless you can be less cryptic about things, I think I'll go now. It's getting late and I need to get up early in the morning," I said as I began to move the receiver from my ear. On the other side of the line, I heard,
"Just listen to me,"
as I hung up the phone and placed it back on the desk. I sat there a moment longer, contemplating what the phone entity had said. What was so bad about Deb, and why was she the reason for my suffering? The last couple of days were strange, sure, but I was hardly suffering. I got up from the stool behind the desk and headed for my room. Before I went inside, I looked once more at the picture just outside my door. The picture unnerved me for a reason I couldn't quite put my finger on. Maybe it was the fact that everyone in the picture had been dead or gone for over 200 years. Maybe it was the man who built the town and his arrogant, self-righteous stare. Or maybe it was simply a secret that the picture hadn't divulged yet. Either way, I moved away from the painting quickly and headed inside my room. Once I had shut my door, I changed into my night clothes. A pink pajama set with red hearts that I had bought as a Valentine's Day present to myself a few years back when I didn't have a Valentine. Once done, I removed my makeup and washed my face. I looked at myself in the mirror. The glue from the stamps and the elixir did a number on me. I had a sickly hue to my skin that made me as pale as a ghost, a look that didn't exactly scream health and vigor. I decided that all I needed was a good night's sleep and a good healthy breakfast in the morning. I climbed into bed, and for the first night since arriving, I slept peacefully and dream-free. In the morning, I woke up feeling refreshed and like I could take on the day. As I dressed, I thought about all that had happened over the last few days and made a silent vow to make most of each day, regardless of what that particular day held. Once I finished, I walked down into the kitchen area past the dining hall, thought of a wonderful full breakfast, and opened the oven to find it waiting for me. I had always loved fresh biscuits. I opened the fridge to find the rest of my meal, a tropical fruit bowl and 2 hard-boiled eggs. I took my meal out to the dining room table, sat down, and enjoyed it. As I sat there absent-mindedly poking at the mango with my fork and staring out the window out to the alleyway, I saw Deb go through. I quickly got up from my seat and dashed to the window to see where she could possibly be going. To my knowledge, there was nothing but barren land behind the town. Being the nosy person I was, I decided to follow her. By the time I got down to the first floor and out the door, all I saw was the sleeve of her dress as she darted behind the hotel. I walked along as fast as I could without being heard. Maybe it had been the warning from the phone entity from last night, but I was feeling a little suspicious of her. The voice on the phone had told me to beware because she wasn't all that she seemed. I began to wonder if the voice had been right, now that I followed her. As I began to wonder about my safety, I heard a slow, singing start. It started out slow and gradually sped up as the volume increased. When I rounded the corner, I was surprised by what I found. There, in the clearing of the wasteland behind the town, was Deb, singing as though in prayer and worship as she danced. What she said I couldn't understand, and who she prayed to I didn't know, but the words flowed through the air with a blissful, melodic sound. As I stood there watching her, I hoped whoever she sang to could hear her, and granted her whatever she wished. All too soon the song ended, and the only sound left to hear was the wind that swept through the land, whistling as it went. She turned then and saw me standing there peeking out from the back corner of the building. I tried to quickly hide myself, but it was in vain. I had been caught. "You don't have to hide. You can come out," she said to me. I came out from around the corner, feeling as if I was a toddler busting for drawing with crayons on the wall. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spy. I just saw you from the window and came to see what you were doing behind the hotel. I was singing a song to the Sun Mother. The song is called Hymn to the Sun. Did you like it?" I thought it was beautiful. What was the song about? I asked her as I came closer to where she stood. "It's a song where we give thanks to the Sun Mother and all she does for us, and we listen to the sounds of nature as they call out to us," she told me. Then she added, "It's a song of my people, and it's even more beautiful when sung as a group." "Your people? Who are your people?" I asked. "My people lived on this land long ago for hundreds of years, long before there was ever a town here." "But if you are, how can you be, I struggled to find the right words that wouldn't offend her. She giggled as she turned to look towards the sun. "You mean, how is it that I'm a native Puebloan if I'm black?" "Well, yeah," I answered honestly. "Many of the first cowboys in the West were people native to the land and people of color. Those who fled slavery for a better life, and later on, after the Civil War, ex-slaves who were in search of a way to make a living. My ancestors descended from both. My mother was Pueblo and my father was black. But it doesn't take away or dilute my ancestry. I'm proud and honored to be descended from both." "That's amazing," I said, now in awe of her. "What brought you to this town? Was it the place where your ancestors lived?" "Yeah, it was. This was once sacred land to my people, but unfortunately, like many native peoples all over the world, others stole their land and sought to colonize it to their benefit and purpose, driving them out. I come here every year in the summer to visit the land of my people and to pay homage to those that were lost to us." I'm so sorry. I know I can't give the land back to your people, but if there's anything I can do to help you or make your stay better, I will certainly try." "Thank you. That means a lot coming from one of the caretakers. You're different. I like that." After we finished our conversation, we parted ways. She went to walk on the outskirts of town, and I headed back to the hotel. The voice that had warned me on the phone had been wrong. She was merely one of the people who belonged to the land, and a kind person at that. What was the voice so sure of that it felt the need to warn me of her? As I re-entered the hotel, I saw sitting on the desk a stack of books, a couple of pill bottles, and a note. The note read, "Glad to see you're up walking around and being nosy. You left these in my place. I hope you can return them on time. Jasper Moon." I quickly opened the first book in the stack, looking at the checkout dates and return times listed on the inside front cover. I began to panic when I saw that they were due that day at noon. I looked at the grandfather clock, which read 11:56 a.m. I scooped up the remaining items I had to finish returning from Mr. Elberton's room and ran out the door. I didn't know what would happen if I was late to return the books, but I didn't want to find out. I nearly tripped over the front steps on my way down them. My mother had always called me Grace in jest, growing up because of my clumsiness. As I sprinted toward the library, I heard a laugh in the distance and someone call out, "Run, girl, run!" Followed by even more obnoxious laughter. Oh, God, how I couldn't stand Jasper. I reached the front door of the library in record time. I was out of breath as I started up the stairs. I needed to work out more, I guess. The library, like the post office, was similar in size and depth. I didn't think there were too many books that could possibly be inside, but I was sure the ones I was carrying would be greatly missed if I didn't hurry. I passed under the metal pole that extended past the building's first few steps and looked up at it as I went. I became aware all too suddenly that even though this town held quite a few buildings, none of them had the town name printed on their signs. Come to think of it, I didn't even know what the town name was. It had never been mentioned in any letter, conversation, or even in the childhood stories I grew up with. It had simply always been nameless. I shrugged off this newest revelation and turned the knob of the door, opening it. The library inside was not what I expected at all. I had expected a mostly barren and desolate place with only a few books and half of those filled with moth-eaten pages. A few overhanging light bulbs like in the post office, and an old man or woman who would shush you if you spoke too loud. What I saw in front of me was nothing of the sort. It was a grand library that looked to be the size of at least 10 buildings wide and twice as many deep. Not at all the size I'd expected given the outside of the building. I backed up out the door and shut it in front of me, and turned to walk down the stairs into the side of the building. Just like I thought I had seen, a small building the size of the post office. I quickly dashed up the stairs once again, taking them two at a time, and went back inside. Once again, I was greeted with the same, larger inside-than-out room. I was shocked at its sheer size and elegance. There were, not one, but two grand staircases that wound around, swirling up towards the second floor, one on each side of the room. There were books upon books upon books inside, books that looked old and new, some in languages I recognized and others I didn't, and some small and thick alike. The woodwork inside was fashioned in similar make as the hotel, alluring and beautiful. I stood there admiring the place when I heard a voice up ahead. "Excuse me, may I help you?" I looked from the second floor that seemed to span ever onward, right ahead of me to see a young woman, about my height, small in stature and dressed in the same period clothes as all the people I had met so far, not including Deb. I walked up the wooden desk in the center of the room where it sat between the staircases. Getting a closer look at the woman who sat at the desk, she looked quite plain. She almost seemed out of place in that library. She had long, dark brown hair and plaited braids that she piled atop her head in a bun, a floral-patterned soft yellow dress that came down to the floor, and a facial expression that read, "Try me." All in all, she seemed almost stoic in nature and hardened by some event that had happened sometime in her life. She was pretty, with dark blue eyes the color of the night sky at dusk, and a fair complexion, but plain nonetheless. I approached her with a shy smile and placed my books on the counter space on top of the desk. Hello, my name is Autumn. I work at the hotel next door and I was hoping to return these. A client of ours left them in his room. I hope they aren't late. I came as soon as I was able," I said, still smiling. After a few moments of standing there with no reply, and a beady look from the librarian, my smile dropped. "You're late. They were due at noon today, and it is," as she checked her pocket watch, "12:02 p.m. "Oh, thank goodness they're only 2 minutes late then," I stated as I let out a slight giggle. The librarian continued to stare at me with that same disapproving look as I began to look elsewhere due to the harsh stare. "Late is late. You'll have to pay a fee," she said, finally taking her eyes off of me, looking down to her record book. "Well, I'm sure I can do that. How much is the fee?" "It's not your ordinary fee. We don't take cash here," she told me, never looking up from the book she now started writing in. "Okay, what do you accept as payment then?" I asked her as she looked up from her book. "We accept time as payment. Nothing more, nothing less. 1 hour per late book, and it looks like you have 9. You can begin immediately." "Wait, 9 hours of what?" I asked, thoroughly confused. "9 hours of work," she replied, as if I had just asked the dumbest question possible. "Oh, I can do that, no problem. I always thought about working in a library when I was little." She looked very unimpressed. "You can start by organizing the books in the fiction wing upstairs. Take these and put them in the right place," she said as she handed me an armful of books. "Just take the staircase to your left. You can't miss it." With that, I made my way with the armful of books to the staircase and made the twirling climb. Once on the second floor, I saw what she meant. Right in front of me was a beautifully hand-painted sign that read fiction. I looked at the first book on the top of the stack, entitled Journey Out West, by some author I had never heard of before. Out of curiosity, I opened the book, but was quickly regretful for having done so. In a second, I blacked out and was transported through time and space to the setting the book was in. I was out west, probably somewhere on the plains, and there was a herd of buffalo in front of me, snorting and grunting at my presence. I found myself going along with the story of the book, experiencing the journey of a rugged man who worked for the railroad headed out west towards California. I was chased by buffalo, shot by a fellow railway worker, and hunted as an outlaw after I stole from the railroad company. I felt everything the main character experienced, and it was terrible. Only when the book ended did I snap back to reality. It felt like an eternity that I had been in the book, but I looked at my watch and only 2 hours had passed. I tried to shake the weird feeling off and continue with my work. The second book had the title printed on the inside cover. In order for me to properly place it, I would feel I have to open it. So I did. The title read 500 Feet Under the Sea, and just like that, I was transported into the tale. It was a story about a marine biologist who would often dive under the sea with dolphins and other aquatic life, surveying the ocean and recording her findings. It was a pleasant book, one that I didn't mind being in. When it was over, I was a little sad to leave. I once again snapped back to reality in a fraction of a second. I moved on to the next book, and the one after that, and the one after that, opening the covers and immersing myself in each story. I felt everything the main characters felt and saw all that they did. And to be so fully immersed in each story was extraordinary and wonderful. Once I finished, there was only about 2 hours left on my clock left to work, so I went back downstairs to the librarian to let her know I finished. There she sat in her chair, reading and writing in the same record book. "I've finished returning all the books you gave me," I said triumphantly. "So you have," she replied in a monotone voice. "Here, one last book for you. This one is nonfiction." The book she handed me was quite old and worn. The cover looked like it held on by a thread, and the pages looked torn and frayed. I opened the book only to realize it wasn't a book at all, but a personal diary. Who the author was, it didn't say, but I had my suspicions. I was transported into this book as well, but it was different than all the others. In this book, I was once again part of the book, but everything was in the first-person narrative of the writer themselves. Everything felt more real, more raw somehow. I felt myself being jostled on a train headed to a land unknown. I experienced firsthand the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of the writer. They wanted a fresh start in the new land, a place to call home and simply be more than they had always been. They wanted so many things, but as the story progressed, things began to look more and more disheartening. In this book, the writer chronicled their day-to-day life as they began their fresh start. The land was everything they had hoped it to be. Everything was perfect, until the native people began to push back. In the daily logs, it was said how the people would come to their camps late at night and steal everything that they could if it was left out. The people began to guard their territory and become menacing, causing great fear for the writer. Everything came to a head the night the townspeople left their camps to drive out the native people. The writer knew it was wrong, but desperately wanted a new life so much that they turned a blind eye to what had been done. They knew in their hearts that some sort of retribution would take place, but had no idea when. The story then went on to show me the happenings of that night, when everything changed. A fire engulfed much of the town, and people were heard screaming in the distance. The writer knew there was nothing they could do but write, so write they did, cataloging moment by moment the events that unfolded. The chanting and singing grew loud in the night, and the screams rang out, and they seldom stopped unless by force. The room the writer was in was somewhere in the town, and heat filled it, pouring in from the streets. The door broke open and a dark figure loomed in the doorway, threatening and large. It held a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other. As the figure pulled back on the bow with the arrow pointing at the writer, I felt their fear and heard them scream. Then, before the arrow could loose from its bow, a man then came to the rescue, striking the figure down with one heavy blow. Gunshots began to ring out in the night, and the chanting ceased, fleeing for the hills outside the town. The damage the people had come to do had been done. As the writer stayed huddled up in the corner, the man who had rescued then came closer and took their hand, leading them out of the hot home and into the street. In the light of the fires, I could see for the first time who the writer's savior had been. It was Jasper Moon. I was shocked by this, but before I could find out what happened for the rest of the night, the book ended all too soon. I snapped back, disappointed that I didn't get to find out what happened to the town after that. As I stood there, the librarian never looked up at me from her work. All she did was point me in the right direction to the nonfiction section. I placed the book on the shelf, not knowing what to think of the experience. I noticed that there were several more diaries on the shelf and resolved to read them one day. I looked at my watch, as the timer went off, signaling the end of my time here at the library. I silently walked out of the library, being sure not to bother the librarian on the way out. As I headed back to the hotel, I thought of all I had just experienced. The hope, those hopes being dashed, the fear, and the relief at the end of the night. As I entered the hotel, I felt tired, as if I had run a marathon. That's when I heard the phone ring once again. Hello? I said as I answered it.
I tried to warn you.
If it isn't Jiminy Cricket, what can I do for you this time?
I tried to warn you about Deborah. She will curse you, and...
But before the voice could even finish, I butted in. Listen here, Deb is a nice person. She hasn't cursed me. And not that it is any of your cricket business, but I don't trust you or your judgment. Unless you identify yourself, I don't much care what you have to say, I said with anger rising in my voice. Right then I heard the line click. Then a thump sounded from upstairs. Thinking it couldn't be a coincidence, I rushed upstairs to where a now scraping sound seemed to originate. Room number 9. I unlocked the door and thrust it open. What I saw on the other side, I wasn't prepared for. The door opened with a loud creaking sound, and then a bump as it hit the wall. As I stood there staring into the room, I wasn't prepared for what I saw. It was a room just like the doll room, lined with shelves and a singular window on in the back of the room. But this one was filled with something else. They looked like dolls in nature, but were very different from what normal dolls look like. I recognized them right away. They were the same type of dolls as what the native peoples had. They were carved from wood, small in nature, some bigger than others, yet all roughly the same size. They were simple yet beautiful, and being made with scraps of hand-woven cloth and pieces of leather, and painted with bright colors. As I stood staring at them, I heard a voice excitedly say from behind me, "Those are Kachina dolls." I whipped around to see Deb standing there. In the dark, she looked very different, almost pale in the moonlight. "They're what?" I asked. "They're Kachina dolls. My people made these ones long ago by the look of it." She passed by me and entered into the room to get a closer look at them. They were made in likeness of the spirits they embody. They can embody anything, from an element to a cosmic being, an ancestor, or the spirit of just about anything. You see, my people believed that everything held a spirit, and they used these dolls to educate the children of the tribes of their heritage. Wait, if they embody spirits, does that mean... Before I could finish my statement, one of the dolls fell from its shelf. Great, just great, I thought. I survived the demon dolls in the other room, and as far as I knew, those didn't even embody actual spirits. Or did they? Either way, I didn't want to find out if these did. I looked at the doll on the floor. Deb looked at the doll on the floor. We looked at each other, and then back at the doll. Then, almost as if I had jinxed the situation by just thinking about it, the doll began to roll back and forth, and then it stood upright and stayed still as a rock. Nothing in the room moved for half a second. Then suddenly, all at once, the dolls began to one by one fall from their shelves, hitting the floor. We hopped over them as they did the exact same thing as the first doll had, and Deb moved closer to me. We both stood there gazing at the fallen dolls as they rolled, then sat up, then stayed still. "What are they doing?" I whispered to Deb, afraid that if I spoke too loud they would attack us. "I have no idea, but they don't seem happy." "Well, what do we do? Do we put them back on the shelves and turn them to the wall like the other ones?" "I don't think that'll work. These aren't like those dolls. Those dolls they're just different," she replied. Right then, as Deb finished speaking, the dolls all began to wobble, waddle, and walk towards us slowly. We backed up, and before I could figure out what to do next, Deb grabbed my hand and jerked me from the room, slamming and locking the door behind us as she grabbed a set of keys from my hand. She then ran down the hall, dragging me behind her as we went. And when we finally reached the bottom step of the grand staircase, we heard a loud banging from above and behind us. The dolls were trying to escape, and something told me they would be successful. We then ran from the hotel, locking those doors behind us as well, and out onto the street. Deb paused for a moment, trying to figure out where the best place to go was. In the distance, we saw a bright light coming from the post office. We saw it right about the same time, and with an understanding look between us, we ran for it. We stumbled up the stairs as we went, out of breath, more from fear than anything, and tried to open the door. It was locked. We started banging on the door, calling out to see if someone would open it. Then the door swung open, and I could see that it was Jasper on the other side. Hurry up and come in before they get you," he whispered loudly. I didn't think twice before skirting past him and into the brightly lit room. Once inside, I could see we weren't the only ones there. There were dozens of people, all ranging from young to old and men and women alike. I recognized the librarian as one of the group. As soon as we were inside, the door slammed shut behind us, and in the not-so-far distance a crack of thunder pealed, the first of many to come on that night. I turned to look at Jasper, who had walked from the door over to the window. Looking out, he stared for many minutes. "What in the hell is going on?" I asked, now becoming even more fretful. Jasper didn't even turn from looking out the window and replied, "It's the anniversary of the night the natives attacked the town. It happened on this night long ago." "What does that mean?" I asked, as Deb stayed dead silent behind me. "It means that she," he said, pointing a finger at Deb, "came to call on the spirits of her dead ancestors to attack us yet again. It happens every year like clockwork. I looked back at Deb, who was now looking at the floor, trying not to make eye contact with any of us in the room. You did what? I asked her. I thought you said you'd come to pay homage to the dead in remembrance of the ones who were lost. Is that not true? Yes, it is, she responded quickly. I just also call on the spirits to rise from the dead to walk the earth once again. I was flabbergasted. The phone entity had tried to warn me of her, and I didn't listen. Why didn't I listen? Now what lay in store for all of us tonight? I assumed that the other people in the town were the other townspeople that I had yet to meet. Now we were all trapped in this dingy, small building, with no weapons to speak of and an army of the dead and evil dolls coming for us. Just my luck. Why had I taken this job again? If I had known how kind you were, I would have never called upon them. Was that what you were doing this morning? Did you lie about that too? And what do you mean if you had known how kind I was? Why does that make a difference, and what about all the other people here? Don't they matter too? I replied, growing angry. Deb fell silent and looked once again to the floor. It don't matter now. What's done is done. We need to prepare for their coming, Jasper stated seriously. What can I do to help? I asked as I straightened up and squared my jaw. If there was going to be a fight, I was going to be ready. Jasper stared at me for a long minute, and then he said, Follow me. We're all here now. With that, he walked to the back of the room in a few short strides and grabbed the end of the bed that sat in the corner of the room. Help me move this. He grunted as he attempted to move it on his own. I hurried over and grabbed the other end. Together, we pushed it aside, revealing a hidden trap door in the floor. Once the bed was fully pushed aside, he commanded, Everyone inside, hurry. Everyone began, one at a time, to pile inside. I was one of the last to go in, with only Deb and Jasper behind me. Once inside, Jasper followed Deb down, and he closed the door shut and locked it behind him. Now we were in complete and utter darkness. I could hear Jasper feeling around in the dark for something, but I wasn't sure. I hadn't seen anything when I first dropped down, but I wasn't really looking though. At last, he found what he was looking for, the familiar sound of a match being struck against the wood of the ladder that led down into the hole filled the air along with bright light. He lit a lamp that stood on the far end of the wall away from me, illuminating the entire place. And there were two other lamps besides that were also lit and given to other people at the beginning and middle of the group of the people that Deb had come down with us. Deb, Jasper, and I took up the rear. The group began to move almost in tandem with each other, as if this had been rehearsed time and time again. We followed the group through the dark, wet cavern until we came to a fork in the path. Turn right, Jasper yelled out as quietly as he could. As the group began to turn to the right and follow that path, I looked at Jasper and asked him, What is this place? After we drove the native people from the land, we knew there would probably be retribution at some point, so we tried to create a safe place away from the main town where we could hide and hold up for a defense. So you picked an underground cavern as your last stand? Well, at least you wouldn't have to bury your dead. Jasper looked at me a little hurt, but quickly regained his composure. What would you suggest as a safe place? The same land they lived and breathed and worked on for hundreds of years? I got the point. Okay, but surely there was someplace better. I mean, you all had guns and ammo. Why didn't you just defend the hotel yourselves? That was the original plan, but the hotel got overrun. We had nowhere else to go but here. Did it work? The underground caverns, I mean. They served their purpose. They saved the lives of many of the townspeople. We stayed here for several days after the attack before we came up for air. We stored rations and bedding down here just in case they were ever needed. So we had plenty of canned food to last us a few days and warm places to sleep," he replied as we came to another fork in the path where it split into 3 different ways. Then, almost on cue as if they had prepared for this 100 times before, the group split in 3 smaller groups and each entered into one of the 3 tunnels. The front third of the group stayed straight and went into the middle tunnel. The middle of the group went to the far left, and the back of the group went into the far right. We traveled along for what seemed like half a mile before we came to a more open cavern that had been hewn to make it into a larger space. In the room towards the back was the aforementioned food crates and bedding. The cavern was so large and damp it gave me chills. No sooner had we entered the underground room did we hear a loud banging and crashing noise echoing throughout the halls and tunnels. It appeared that they had gotten in and were coming our way. As I stood there gazing through the dark as if I had x-ray vision and could see them long before they appeared, I heard scuffling behind me and the shucking of a shotgun. I quickly rolled around to see Jasper holding it out to me. I don't know how to use a gun. I've never used one in my life," I told him. "Don't matter. Look, I'll show you," he said as he turned me around to face the mouth of the tunnel. And placing his arms over me and the gun in my hands, he showed me how to load, aim, and shoot the gun. "If you think it's too far away to hit, just wait till it comes a little closer. This gun'll knock a huge hole in whatever you're shooting at."
"What if I don't want to shoot anyone? What if I can't?"
I asked as I pointed the gun at the floor. "Either you shoot or you die. Simple as that," he stated, while walking away to help the others. I stood there for a minute just staring at the gun.
I didn't want to use it. I didn't want to end someone's life. I didn't want to fight.
But I also didn't want to die that night in some underground tomb. I made the decision only to shoot if necessary, and only if there was no other way out. I turned to look behind me at the others, all preparing for a fight to the death. They had no qualms about fighting, so why did I? Soon we could hear a chanting in the distance. They had entered the tunnels. In a panic, I ran to the back wall of the room, while the others, preparing for the battle, stood in a line towards the middle of the room. Deb stood with me, a strange calm to her. She didn't have a gun. I guess the others hadn't given her one.
"Stay with me. I'll keep you safe,"
she told me. "Oh, please. You're the one that caused this to happen. Why do you care now?"
"I didn't realize the kind of person you were. You're different than all the others. I can't quite put my finger on it, but you are nonetheless."
"Oh, I'm sorry. Once this is over, I'll leave and never return. This won't ever happen again." I stayed silent, mulling her words over in my mind. Before I could speak to ask her the most obvious question, like why she had done this seemingly to me specifically, we heard screams and yelling from down the way. With every second that passed, we could hear them approaching closer and closer. I clutched the gun to my chest and tried to prepare for whatever was next. The sounds were coming closer, a deep guttural chanting from within the tunnels. With every heartbeat, my pulse quickened with the fear of the unknown. I had the gun clutched to my chest, fully loaded and ready to shoot. If only I had the courage to fight. I took a few steps forward and stood in the line of the townspeople. As I stood there, I looked down the line at Jasper, who stood there looking back at me. He gave me a nod and resumed his stance. All too soon, the band of warriors and kachinas came through the mouth of the tunnel. The warriors were large and frightening to behold. Armed with bows and arrows, spears and knives, they came at us, charging into the line. The kachinas weren't too far behind. As they came closer, they began to transform into what they represented. Some were great warriors. Others were giant animals with bared teeth, and some were gods come to life, all here to avenge their people from long ago. The townspeople charged then as I lagged behind. Never before had I fought in a battle. I wasn't prepared for what I watched before me. The townspeople charged the warriors and kachinas as the ground began to rumble and shake. There was blood and gore as the warriors mauled and shot arrows into the group. Everyone was yelling and screaming, some in pain and others in a battle cry. The warriors themselves were mere shadows of what they had probably once been, their bodies charred and broken. The smell of burnt flesh hung in the air wherever they stood. The kachinas were fearsome to behold. They came in all shapes and sizes, some small and some large. They were terrible in their wrath, and were 10 times stronger than a normal human. They looked as if they could lift a person up, break their bodies, and throw the corpse against the wall. I dodged and weaved where I could, avoiding the scuffle and staying out of the fray, until I came face to face with the largest kachina of them all, and I recognized him as the first doll that had fallen off of the shelf in the hotel. He was huge, standing at least 7 feet tall, wide and broad shoulders that spanned the length of my tiny frame. I felt like a dwarf in comparison to the mighty warrior. He held a spear in his right hand, long and straight, with the tip made of the hardest stone, sharp and pointed. He wore a terrible mask, and painted red, yellow, and white, with black accents that drove terror deep into my heart. I knew I wouldn't last in a fight with him. I didn't even stand a chance. I couldn't fight and I couldn't run, so I did the next best thing I could possibly think of. I surrendered. I laid down the gun at my feet and held my hands up in surrender. I then said the words that probably saved my life that night. I'm sorry, I said, maintaining my stance. I wish I could undo what has been done to your people, but I can't. It's not within my power to do so. But I promise as long as I live, I will pay my respects to those that were lost and continue to make sure nothing like this ever happens again. With that, the kachina paused and looked at me for a long moment, lowering its spear, no longer waiting to drive it deep within my heart. He backed up, and as he did so, he grew smaller and smaller, until he was no bigger than the doll that fell from the shelf and stopped moving. At that time, I began to notice all around me that the other kachinas did the same. The warriors stopped fighting also, and stood back as a strong wind coursed through the tunnels, blowing away the warriors like ash till there was nothing left. The battle was over, with nothing left behind but the kachina dolls that sat on the floor. A confused muttering began amongst the townspeople. As they looked confused back and forth from one another, I saw Jasper come forward from where he had been fighting, looking every bit as confused as the others. "Well, that's never happened before," he said, looking at the ground where the kachina doll sat. In the back of the room, I heard Deb chime in. "That's because no one ever apologized before. Ever." "What do you mean, apologized?" Jasper asked. "Everyone has always fought against my people, and for over 200 years on the anniversary of the night raid, no one has ever done anything but fight. She just apologized for all those years and everything that had been done. No one has ever done that before. The spirits accepted her apology and her humility." "Well, if your people didn't come to curse the town again and again every year, we would have never had to fight," Jasper said as he raised his voice. "And if your people hadn't kept always repeating the same mistakes, we wouldn't have to keep teaching you the same lesson," Deb responded in kind. "Enough, you two," I yelled. "It doesn't matter who did what. The only thing that matters is coming to an agreement and making a better way forward." They both looked solemn yet stern, but both had to admit I was right. The night of the raid on the native peoples, the white settlers were in the wrong. The night of the raid on the townspeople, when they cursed the town, the Pueblo peoples had been in the wrong. While one side took what didn't belong to them, and the other understandably sought retribution for what had been done, both sides had caused permanent damage that couldn't be undone, and that led to both sides becoming the bitterest of foes. No one side was in the right, but they could set aside their differences and reach a parley. Why no one had thought of this sooner seemed ridiculous to me. After everyone had regained their bearings, we began to take count of those left. To my surprise, despite the obvious bloodshed, everyone was still alive and only a little worse for wear. We gathered up the injured and helped them walk out of the tunnels, while the rest of the townspeople stayed behind to clean up and place the guns back where they belonged. As we came to the second fork where all three tunnels divulged together, we met up with the other townspeople. They were as bloodied and disheveled as I'm sure the rest of us were, looking pretty rough, I imagined. We all walked to where all first came through and climbed the ladder up to the post office. Once inside, I could see the light of dawn shining through the front windows, drowning out the artificial light of the bulbs that dangled from the ceiling. Once we were all inside, we proceeded to the front of the building and turned behind to assess the damage. The door in the front had been completely torn off its hinges, and scattered shards of wood lay everywhere within. It looked as though a large battering ram had come through the door. The place was a total mess. The windows were broken and every item lay strewn about the room. Nothing was in its place by the looks of it, and it would take a good while to clean and repair all the damage. Exhausted and weary, I sought to leave the post office to return to the hotel to assess the damage that had been done there. I silently, just as everyone else, stepped over the threshold and the shattered door into the light of the morning sunrise. We had all lived to see another day, and for that I was grateful. As I stepped into the dawn, I took a deep breath of fresh air as I turned to look at the others. They came one by one into the light, and before my eyes vanished into a fine mist as if they had never been there at all. I was shocked. The only one who didn't disappear before my eyes was Jasper. He remained on the front porch, leaned up against the poles that held it up. New day dawning. You ladies get back to the hotel, are you hear? Jasper said as he cocked his head back with a little flick. Get some rest now. As we headed back to the hotel, we saw the many footprints in the earth where the dead and the Kachinas had walked. Deb and I walked silently side by side as we went, neither of us speaking a word. Once we reached the door of the hotel, I was shocked by the damage. The windows looked as if they had exploded outward into the street. The door, much like the one at the post office, was barely hanging from its hinges, shattered and shredded. Inside, there were shards of broken vases strewn all over the floor. There were chairs flung into the walls, broken and battered, and there were items from the counter flung haphazardly all over the place. Oh my goodness, what did they do to the hotel? It's ruined. The hotel had been but a casualty in the rampage of the night before. It was going to take me a century to clean and refurbish the place. I felt responsible for the hotel's marring because everything happened on my watch. What was I going to do? I didn't even have the number of the owners, Mary and Martha. So many questions without answers ran through my head, until finally, a question popped up to the surface that I needed to have answered. As I turned around in the lobby to face Deb, who was solemnly looking around the room, I finally found the words to ask my question. Deb? Yeah? In the tunnels, you and Jasper both said this had been a yearly occurrence for over 200 years. Why? Well, Deb began, as she walked to the stairs and sat down on them. Long ago, after the town and hotel had been built, when the night raid by my people had happened, there was so much that went on that night. The townspeople were fast asleep and my people saw the opportunity to strike. So they did. Yeah, I saw that in a dream I had. They came and attacked the town, but they cursed it as well. What even was the curse? I asked, sitting beside her on the stairs. Deb looked surprised for a moment when I told her that I had seen something in a dream, but she quickly shook her head, as if she had shaken off a thought, and continued. The curse that my people placed on the town wasn't complete. It had two parts. They intended to enact a curse that would keep the townspeople trapped in the town and on the land they stole for all of eternity, damning their souls to reside in a permanent limbo of sorts. They could die, but their spirits could never leave the town. The second half of the curse was to keep them trapped for all time in a certain time period, but before they could finish casting the curse, they were interrupted. By who or what I didn't know, but for some reason things went awry. The town is tied to the land, but if you can figure out how, you can travel backwards or forwards in time, because time is relative within the town. Like how I did with Mr. Elberton. Yeah, just like that. But you have to be careful, because you can never come back to the same moment in time as when you left. That explains a lot, I said, when suddenly a thought hit me so hard. The townspeople are they all dead? Yes, they died long ago in the night of the raid. No one survived except those living in the hotel. After that night, the hotel began to have a series of caretakers, all of which weren't a part of the town originally, but had entered into it at some point. Every year, a member of my tribe would come to the hotel around the anniversary of the night raid to see if the hearts of the townspeople had changed or if the caretaker cared about what had been done. But until you, no one did. So that's what you meant about me. Yeah. As we sat there, I understood more of why things had gone down the way they had. I was grateful for the mercy of the ancient spirits and the warriors, as well as from Deb. Maybe now, we could move forward and begin to heal the wounds of the past. I hoped we could at least. Either way, I decided the best place to start would be to clean up the hotel. We were going to have more visitors soon, and we needed to be ready. So as I stood up from the stairs and walked over to the cleaning closet behind the desk, Deb rose as well. I came back with 2 brooms and handed her one. Maybe we could begin by cleaning the hotel together. So, after about 2 weeks of cleaning, restoration, and some minor repairs, we finally got the hotel back in order. I was thankful for Deb's help and company. It helped ease the workload and kept me from being lonely. I hadn't noticed until then how lonely I had been at the hotel and in the town, mainly for friendly company. I loved my old job for its ever-present companionship from coworkers, and I wondered why the owners, Mary and Martha, had only ever hired one caretaker at a time, especially given that at any one time the job could easily capture the attention of 3 or 4 people. At any rate, I came to look forward to the various guests that would drop by, or the visits I would get from the townspeople. The morning after everything was finished, Deb came down the stairs, luggage in tow, and a cheerful-looking Wally on her shoulder. At last it came time for her to leave us at the Hotel Bella Muerte, and, to be honest, despite our differences and all that had transpired between us, I was sad to see her go. In the 2 weeks after the yearly night raid, we had become quite close. We spoke often of times long past, and she shared all the information on the town and hotel that she knew. It gave me clarity and a new focus. If I was going to be stuck for the rest of my life in a haunted and mysterious town, I was going to make the most of it. She and I said our goodbyes and she left, closing the door behind her, making the ever-silent hotel seem even more daunting. As I stood there just past the threshold, staring towards the recently closed door, I heard a sound coming from upstairs. The sound of someone or something muttering began to tumble down the stairs from up above. I was curious to see what it was, thinking it could maybe be our residential Jesus, but wanted to check just to make sure. As I walked up the stairs, it seemed like the sound kept moving away from me rather than getting closer. Strange that I hadn't found the source of the sound yet. I was hoping to find it soon because it was repetitive and slightly annoying. but as soon as I would come close to where I thought the sound was, it would flee before me unseen and go back into another part of the hotel. At last, I thought I had it cornered in room number 11, but it quickly jumped to room number 12 across the hall. Not to be one undone by a phantom sound, I dashed across the hall and thrust open the door in a flash, only to see something I had never seen before. In the room was, of course, the normal things you would hope to see in a hotel: a bed, a small sitting area, and a bathroom. As I entered the room, I walked in to see nothing. Not a single, solitary soul. That was when the sound started up again, except this time it was in the bathroom. I quickly proceeded to enter the room, and that's when I found the source of the sound. There, in the bathtub, at the very bottom was an orb. A shiny, glowing, floating, bluish orb. I wasn't sure what it was, so I didn't touch it in case it could bite me. After standing there a minute, I was able to distinguish the sound of a small child, perhaps even an infant's babbling, cooing, and crying. After a few more moments, I grabbed the plunger from beside the toilet and gave it a quick poke. It was a solid mass that moved as I pushed it, about half a foot in diameter and equally round, wavering and wobbling like a bubble would. At my touch, it seemed offended, just as I'm sure I would have been if someone had pushed into me with a toilet plunger, and it fled from me down the drain, crying out as it went. I could then hear its mumbled and muttered sound going through the hotel once again. Great, I thought. Now we have a bathtub pipe ghost. Just when I think everything is getting back to normal, I'm hit with this. Not knowing anything about plumbing, I decided to seek out the help of our residential handyman, Jasper Moon, hoping he could do something about the bathtub ghost. Over the past 2 weeks, Jasper had been almost indispensable. After the raid happened, he helped fix up most of the town. As it turned out, he was very handy with a wrench, a screwdriver, and a hammer. I got to know him a little better during that time, and honestly, he was almost likable. Almost. He had a certain way about him that made you feel safe and protected, even if he could be a jerk. I didn't mind, though, when I saw the quick progress he made in the restoration of the hotel. I made my way down to the first floor, out the front door, and headed for the post. Once there, I knocked on the door before entering and heard Jasper call out, "It's open." I walked in, taking note of how good the new door looked, especially in comparison to the rest of the place, and entered. "Hi, Jasper. How are you today?" "Doing just fine. And you?" "Well, I got a problem," I told him, coming closer to where he was in the back of the room, sitting in the rocking chair. You always seem to, don't you?" he retorted with a chuckle. "Not always. Well, maybe some of the time. Anyways, I got a pipe ghost." What?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Pipe ghost in the bathtub in room number 12, I said, now fully aware how strange what I had just told him sounded. And what did this pipe ghost do? Did it yell boo at you?" "No, it just cried and babbled like a baby or some small child," I said as I crossed my arms defensively. I know what you mean now. What you just described is actually the spirit of an unborn baby. Since it never had a body at the time of the raid, it can't take a form other than an orb. I've seen a few before. Never stuck in a bathtub pipe, though. I'll take care of it. Just give me a few." Great. Thank you," I replied, before I realized what I said. "Was that a thank you I heard?" No," I said, turning on my heel, walking away before he could tease me further, leaving the key to room number 12 on the table as I went. I decided to walk around the town then, thinking of visiting the only buildings left in the town that I hadn't already seen. I came to the pharmacy, and as I stood before it, I became curious as to what the building held. I entered with a ding above me. There, on the other side of the room, spanning the entire length, was a counter with hundreds of jars lining the shelves behind it containing various herbs and roots of plants. I had never seen an old-timey pharmacy before, and it piqued my interest. On the other side of the store were all types of candies, anything from mints to licorice to chocolate and hard candy. I loved the look of the place. It was very inviting. On the counter sat a bell. Interested to meet who ran the place, I rang it. In seconds, an older man, probably around the age of 70 if I didn't know any better, came from a back room. He had a cheery, wrinkled smile that was very charming, long white and gray hair, and a creamy complexion that was dotted with liver spots. He wore the appropriate time period clothing, a pair of slacks and a plaid shirt with an apron sitting over it. He looked kind as he walked up with a slight limp. I stood at the corner as he came up slowly, waiting to greet him. That's when I recognized him as one of the townspeople that had stood with us in the line during the raid. "Good day, ma'am. How can I help you today?" he asked politely. "I'm wonderful. I just came to say hi and introduce myself to you. Now that things are settled at the hotel, my name's Autumn Winters." "Nice to finally properly meet you, Miss Winters. I'm Mr. Joseph Hurd. I was hoping you would stop by my shop one day," he said with a cheery voice. "I'm sorry it's taken so long. I would have been by sooner to return a few pill bottles, but I'm afraid they got lost during the raid. I wish I could still give them to you." "It's of no consequence. I can make more for whoever they belong to. I'm just happy to finally meet the new caretaker." "Well, I'm happy to meet you as well. I always wanted to see what an old pharmacy looked like, and I must say, it doesn't disappoint." "I'm glad you like it, but I'm afraid I have a lot to do at the moment and I gotta get back to my work. I hope you don't mind. Otherwise, I would invite you in for some tea and chat a little further," he said as he looked up at me with a sorry look on his face. "Oh, that's perfectly fine. I should probably be getting back to the hotel myself. I'll hopefully be able to stop by when we both aren't so busy one day, and I'll take you up on that tea offer," I said, smiling. He smiled back and told me, "You have a great day, Miss Winters, and be sure to get a piece of candy on the way out. All the kids used to call me the Candy Man." With that, he turned to go back into the back room, leaving me alone once again in the store. I walked the various aisles looking at the different types of candy before making my selection. I finally decided on a peppermint stick the length of my hand and took it from the jar it sat in. It had been so long since I had had any candy. I began to lick it immediately, enjoying the sweet flavor and the minty aftertaste. I loved peppermint. It had to be my favorite candy over all others. Simple, but good nonetheless. I continued to suck on the hard candy as I left the pharmacy on my way back to the hotel. As I stood before the hotel, I became aware that suddenly I felt funny. Not bad, just funny. I began to walk a little slower, trying to determine what it was that was making me feel so strange. That's when I spat the candy out onto the sandy earth. The candy! I had forgotten the rules once again. Rule number 130. Never take candy from the pharmacist. I was instantly worried, especially after the stamp incident. I quickly made my way back into the hotel in case I needed to lie down. Once inside, I heard a banging noise coming from upstairs. I walked up the steps, still feeling strange, and made my way towards the newest sound. I found Jasper in room number 12, banging on the pipes underneath the sink with a wrench. "I think I've almost got it to come out," he stated as he continued banging. "Jasper? What now?" he asked, looking at the worried look on my face. "So, I may or may not have taken and started eating candy from the pharmacist. What happens now?" "Oh my God, you didn't. Well, I don't think you're gonna like what happens next." What happens?" I asked, fear creeping up in my voice. He took a deep breath in and started. "You're not gonna like it, but unfortunately, you're gonna grow a tail and antlers." As he said that, a mischievous smile played on his face, and I knew he was just kidding. I swatted at him and said, "Not as big as the bump on your head that you're gonna get from me." He chuckled and went on to say, "Oh, nothing bad's gonna happen. You'll just see things that aren't there for a little while." I looked at him long and hard to see if I could tell he was kidding or not, but I couldn't see any evidence that he was. Oh, great. I'm gonna be seeing pink elephants. Not quite. The things you'll see are real, or at least were. You'll just see events that happened unfold. Well, at any rate, I think I'll go to my room for a while and just wait for things to happen then, I responded, turning from the doorway of the bathroom and heading to my room. I sat down on the edge of my bed and kicking my shoes off. I figured if I was going to be seeing things, I might as well get comfortable, so I laid down on the bed and got settled. I made a mental note to rewrite all the rules I could remember later, since the original letter I had got destroyed in the raid. I figured I could even add a few of my own. In only a few moments, I had closed my eyes, and right about the time I started to drift off to sleep, I heard a woman scream. My eyes shot open, and I glanced around the room to see if I could see where the scream had come from, but I saw nothing. After a few minutes of not hearing anything, I started to settle back down into the bed. I once again closed my eyes when suddenly I heard the scream once again. I shot up in the bed, just in time to see someone run into the room. It was a woman dressed in a flowing white nightgown. I stared for a few moments at her before I recognized her. Her black hair was down and fell just below her waist. Her brown eyes were filled with fear, and her tan hands were shaking. The raid had begun in the hotel. She came hurriedly over to the edge of the bed, standing at the foot of it as I watched two identical twin girls run towards her into her arms. It was Rosa Bennett. She quickly hurried the girls from the room, and I got up from the bed and followed. They hurried down the hall, and passing by the open door to room number 15, and headed to the dining room with Mr. Bennett not far behind. Mr. Bennett and Rosa both quickly blocked off the door to the dining room using whatever they could, tables, chairs, and dinner carts. Once the door was blocked, they huddled in the far corner of the room, the whole family together behind a tipped-over table. Mr. Bennett had a rifle ready to go, propped atop the corner of the table. Rosa held the little girls as tears streamed down the three of their faces. That was when I saw a sudden change in Rosa's face, like an idea had hit her harder than a freight train. She jumped up from the floor and ran to the kitchen and came back with jars and jars of spices and herbs. She sat on the floor making a ring of salt around her. She burned various herbs and spices in the center and spread the ashes on the salt as she began to speak phrases in Latin. The room began to shake, and the walls grumbled under the strain of the overwhelming pressure that settled in the room. Her voice began to echo and grow louder with every passing second. Finally, she slid her hand, blood pouring out into the middle of the circle. Then, as soon as the rumbling began, it stopped. In its place, a sudden yellow glow illuminated the room from the center of the circle and expanded ever outward, through the walls and out of the hotel, throughout the entire town and surrounding land before petering out and disappearing. Whatever she did stopped the raid from continuing upon the hotel. The dead could no longer enter. My hallucination faded then, and I blinked a couple of times before I was seeing things as they were currently. The tables and chairs had all gone back to what they had been before, and the dinner carts were once again lined against the walls. Everything looked normal. I tried to shake off what I had just seen, though I was very curious to find out what the spell she had cast was. I figured if anyone knew, it might be the librarian. I made up my mind to go to the library, feeling much better now, and find out if she knew what Rosa had done that night. Once at the library, I entered into the room. I loved the smell of books and the way their pages bent and crinkled. Libraries always felt like home to me, even if the librarian scared the crap out of me. I walked up to the librarian's desk and waited for her to look up. It only took a few moments before she did so, and when she finally did, she had a look of annoyance on her face. "Can I help you?" she asked incredulously. Hi, I'm looking for a letter that was sent to Miss Rosa Bennett by her grandmother. Can you please tell me if there is a record or copy of the letter here?" I asked politely. "You're looking for her letter?" she asked questioningly. "Well, yeah. I was hoping I could read it to find out some information on the hotel." She continued to look at me for a few minutes before answering. "If you go upstairs, right-hand side, in the town records section, you can find the letter in a locked glass cabinet in the binder of hotel records. Here's the key," she said as she opened a drawer in the desk and pulled out a shiny skeleton key. "I have to warn you, though, no one has ever been able to read it. It's entirely in Spanish and Latin." "Thanks." I started up the right staircase. Entering the records section of the library, I saw the glass case the librarian had talked about. I hurried over and put the key into the lock. And turning it, the door to the case wouldn't budge for a moment, but quickly gave way. I opened it with a squeak, and peering inside of the giant binder. I carefully pulled it out and walked over to one of the tables and pulled out a chair as I laid the binder on the table. As I opened it, it made that crinkling sound I loved, and it smelled old. Being made of leather, red in color, with ornate patterning on the front. It looked beautiful. The records the red binder held were all types. Everything from records of the people that stayed at the hotel, to little warning notes about the hotel and even daily logs about the happenings of the hotel. The binder held so much. In the very front of the binder was the letter, just as the librarian said, written all in Spanish. Thankfully, I had become quite proficient in Spanish in high school, and living where I did, I was able to stay fluent in the language. I began to read the letter. The first half of the letter was just Rosa's grandmother writing and sharing all that had happened in her last correspondence. Towards the middle, however, was where she started detailing the various spells and curses that Rosa could use. They ranged from the mundane to the extraordinary, most in Spanish and a few in Latin. I read through all of them that I could, but none of them were like the protection spell Rosa told me she used in the vision I had. I flipped through the various pages. There were quite a few, and on the last page towards the bottom was one particular spell written in Latin. It was long and had many ingredients used in it. Being as long as it was, and recognizing some of the words as being the ones Rosa had spoken in my hallucination, I was sure the spell was the one. After sitting for a moment and thinking of anybody in the town that could translate, I finally settled on Mr. Hurd. Being the pharmacist, I was sure he had to know some Latin. I closed the door to the cabinet, noticing then that there were over a dozen other cabinets with binders in them all around the room. I then walked downstairs with the binder. I stopped by the desk to ask the librarian if I could borrow the binder, but she was gone to lunch, a note sitting on the top counter. It read, "Gone to lunch, and be back in a few. If you need to borrow the binder, go ahead. Just make sure to bring it back in 2 weeks. Miss Wilma Brown." After I left the library, I headed straight for the pharmacy, hoping the pharmacist would be able to help me. I entered the store and saw Mr. Hurd standing at the counter, mixing what I assumed was drugs together. "Mr. Hurd, do you have a moment? I need to ask you something." He turned around and smiled. Of course. Please, come on over. What can I help you with?" I walked up the counter and asked, "Do you by any chance speak Latin?" He looked up at me as his face lit up. Yeah, I do. I had to learn it in school long ago. I'm a little rusty, though, I gotta warn you." "Rusty is better than nothing. Can you translate this last page for me? Or at least tell me the gist of what it says?" "Of course, it would be my honor," he replied. I handed over the letter and flipped to the back page. As he stood there a moment, trying to decipher the words, he suddenly got a funny expression on his face. "What sort of letter is this?" "It's a letter between Rosa Bennett and her grandmother. She cast a spell the night of the first night raid by the villagers. I need to know what it says. Can you tell me?" "Well, yeah, but..." "But what?" I said as I tried to draw it out of him. "You aren't gonna like what it says." "So you can read it?" "Yeah. It's basically a protection spell, but it has its drawbacks. The spell itself offers the ultimate protection over the ones it's cast over. However, there's a catch." "What do you mean, catch?" I asked, trying to push him to get to the point. "The catch is that once enacted, you had to sacrifice your future generations. At least one person per generation, to forever be bound to the place you cast the safety net over. Whether that be a house, a business." He trailed off. "A hotel?" I asked. "Yeah, even a hotel. And it seems that was what she did," he finished telling me. I had a lot to think about. What the spell meant, what had bound Rosa's descendants to the hotel, and what all that had to do with the town. "Thank you, Mr. Hurd. I really appreciate your time in translating the letter. I hope that you have a good day." He handed the letter back to me as I placed it into the binder. "I hope that helps you. You have a wonderful day as well." I walked out of the pharmacy and headed back to the hotel. Once I walked into the lobby, I was greeted by an unfamiliar sight. Standing there in the lobby, dressed all in red, was a new visitor. Standing in the lobby was the lady in red. She turned to look at me as I stood there, a smile emerging on her face. Here in the bright light of the day as it strewn in from the windows, illuminating her dress and sending a warm red glow around the room, she looked more beautiful than ever. Before, in the dimly lit dining room the first night I saw her, her dress seemed to match the year 1856. But now that I could see her fully, it looked more akin to a dress set in the early 1900s. This confused me further about her, not knowing where, or rather, when she came from. All I knew at the time was that she was somehow linked to the town. "Miss Winters, it is good to see you. I told you it would be sooner than later." "It's good to see you as well. How may I help you today at the Hotel Bella Muerte?" "Oh, I'd like a room, please. Anyone will do." I crossed the floor and went behind the desk. "What name should I put on your door plate?" "Just put Lily Bennett, dear." My eyes shot up from where I had begun to write her name down into the logbook. "Excuse me, did you just say Lily Bennett?" "I certainly did. Lily Bennett," she repeated. I was curious at this point and decided to push my luck. "You aren't by any chance related to the Bennetts who built and own this hotel, are you?" "Why, yes I am. I'm the great-granddaughter of Rosa and John Bennett," she answered proudly. I don't understand. If you are the great-granddaughter of the original Bennetts, how do you have their last name? They only had 2 daughters." "How do you know they only had 2 children?" she said with a mischievous smile. "Well, the picture upstairs only had Mary and Martha in it." "Are you saying that they had more children after them?" I asked, now very confused. "I didn't say that, dear. They had 2 children before them, another set of twins named William and Wesley Bennett." "Where were they then? I've never seen a picture of them," I asked, hoping I wasn't wrong.
They were already grown by the time their parents and youngest sisters decided to come out west. They stayed back east and continued to run their father's business.
I see. And you're which one's granddaughter?
I'm Wesley's granddaughter. My father was his son.
That's very interesting. I didn't know that, I said as I continued to fill out her name card. Did you ever have any children? She let out a loud laugh that rang out through the entire hotel, melodious in sound.
Oh, heavens no. I was too busy being the caretaker of the hotel.
I paused a moment, thinking I hadn't heard her right. You were a caretaker of the hotel?
Why, yes. I took care of the hotel for years before I figured out how to time hop. I never had time to have children after that.
How were you the caretaker if the brothers stayed back east?
Well, I came out west, silly. Listen, we have a lot to talk about and a lot to catch up on, but for right now, I'm tired from my journey and would like to rest.
Well, then, follow me and I'll get you settled in room number 12. There's no longer any pipe ghosts in that room currently, so don't worry. We then went up the stairs as I took her to her room. I had picked up her luggage on the way up and was surprised by how heavy it was. It felt like she was carrying a ton of rocks in them. I tried to handle them carefully as we went down the hallways. I was grateful when we finally reached her room. I unlocked her door and set her luggage just inside. She thanked me, and I headed down to the lobby as she got settled. I was still confused from all the thoughts fighting to take precedence in my mind. Not only did I just find out that the lady in red was a Bennett, but that she was also a former caretaker of the hotel that knew how to time jump. It made me wonder how many other former caretakers there were like this. I also had a lot to think about with the letter I had just gotten translated. What did the curse truly mean? And was there a way to break it if so? As I walked down the hallways on my way to the lobby, I reflected on these things, hardly being able to wait for Miss Lily to wake up to ask her all of my questions. Once in the lobby, I noticed something that Lily had dropped. It was a small, engraved locket. At first, I thought it was mine because they looked just alike. I opened hers to reveal an old black and white photo of two people, arguably a husband and wife, standing in front of a building. On the other side of the locket was another photo, black and white as well, of another couple. If it wasn't for the photos, I would have certainly thought it was mine. I held mine up that I was wearing for comparison. Both were solid, polished gold lockets, with roses engraved on the front and a saying on the back reading, "I love you" on hers and "to the moon and back" on mine. This became a conundrum for me. If this locket wasn't mine, and if the locket was hers, why were they so similar? I suddenly looked up from the lockets when I heard a loud sound from outside. I ran to check it out, wondering what could possibly have made such a loud noise. Once at the window, I could see exactly what. It was Mr. Wilkins. Now, Mr. Wilkins was a strange character. He always toted a gun on his shoulder and a bottle of booze in the other hand. He was perpetually drunk and smelled like a distillery, and he looked like he hadn't bathed once in the entire 2+ centuries since the town's founding. He was hard to look at and harder to understand because he was constantly slurring his words. The first time I had met him, he was drunk off his ass sitting in a water trough at the edge of town near the gas station. It was the closest thing to a bath as he ever got. The next time I saw him, he was passed out on top of the post office roof, snoring the shingles off, and Jasper trying to poke him with a broom handle to get him the hell off his roof. The last time I'd seen him, he had decided to eat a lot of candy from the pharmacy, which I now know makes you hallucinate and chase fake butterflies while stumbling around town, running into buildings and such. This time, it appeared that he was shooting a rifle into the center of town at something. What I didn't know, and yelling profanities and harbingers of great doom. I was about to go outside when he shot again, this time the bullet going through the library window. I watched on as a librarian came outside, squawking and shrieking at him and chasing him all over the street. It was quite comedic to see. After a while of sitting and relaxing in the lobby, I heard someone come down the stairs. I turned to see who it was and saw Lily coming down. She had changed her dress, though still red in color, into a floral print that suited her well. I couldn't imagine her in anything but red. She smiled at me as she came down the stairs. I retrieved the locket and handed it out to her. "I think you may have lost this," I told her. "Oh, my stars, I'm so glad you found it. I looked everywhere for it in my room. I'm surprised I didn't feel it slip off." "Can I ask you a question? About the locket, I mean." "Of course. Do you like it?" "I love it. Where did you get it from?" I replied, having hidden my own under my shirt. "It was given to me as a present by my great-aunt Mary. Their father had a locket set made for the twins when they were little. When I knew them, they were quite old, but they loved to give presents," she said as she placed the locket back around her neck. Before I could ask her any further questions about the locket, we heard a door slam from upstairs. We both looked at each other and moved towards the stairs to see what had caused the sound. Right about the time we both reached the stairs, more doors began to open and slam shut, one at a time, starting from one end of the hall to the other. This had become a nearly regular occurrence. It was as if a ghost didn't like my being here at the hotel and wanted to make their frustrations known. I looked back at Miss Lily. Her face said that she was somewhere between knowing what had made the sound, but yet not knowing why. "What is that? What keeps doing it? It's happened frequently over the last 2.5 weeks." "I'm not sure," she said hesitantly. "Did this ever happen with you?" I continued, hoping she'd reveal more. "A couple of times, yes, but never like this," she told me as she turned from the staircase back towards the lobby as she continued on to the sitting room. I followed her and thought to ask, "What can you tell me about this hotel? There's so much that I already know, but at the same time, so many things I don't." "It's simple for the most part, depending on the situation. The normal duties are easy to learn. It's the supernatural things that make the job unpredictable. I found, though, that there are many loopholes and ways to get around much of it. I could write you a list of things that detail what all to do in certain situations if you like." I wasn't about to pass up on this offer. "Yeah, please, I would love that, especially since I lost the first one." I ran to grab some paper from the desk in the lobby and came back to where she sat. Over the next few hours, we sat and talked, and she shared much of her first-hand knowledge of the hotel, as she wrote for me a new list of rules and tips to keep the hotel running. It turns out, there were a lot of things that could be changed about the town and hotel. I had the power and finances to change the decor of the hotel as I wished and erect new buildings in the town. The only catch was, I had to have everything built from materials placed just inside the town line without sucking a new person into the town. It was a difficult task, but not an impossible one. Knowing this, I got excited because the town had been in such disrepair, but knowing I could improve it gave me great satisfaction. She also told me that the dolls in the doll room were made in likeness of the past caretakers. When the caretakers died, their souls were bound to the town, and instead of having too many at any given time, their souls were chased into the dolls to keep them safe and sound and from tripping over one another. I thought that made sense. It also explained why there were no other caretakers around except for me and Lily. The doll I found outside my door was actually one of the more practical jokers of the crowd. That made me feel a little better about them, but saddened as well. They meant no harm to me or the tenants of the hotel, but they were also trapped in that room day in and day out. It just wasn't fair. I decided that I would no longer, unless I had a resident at the hotel, face them to the walls at night, but instead give them free rein over the hotel at night. even if the thought of walking, talking dolls still gave me the heebie-jeebies. I learned too that Mr. Elberton was also a former caretaker like Lily, who gave up the caretaking life to time travel. I thought that was fitting, as he seemed the type of person never able to sit still in one place for too long. I asked Lily how they were able to time jump, but she refused to tell me. Her reason being that once you start, you can't stop, since you can never go back to the exact same time as you left. Only Mr. Elberton knew how to come close. I got lucky and only wound up being a few minutes shy of the time I left when I returned. The sun began to set in the distance, and we both decided to retire for the night. I wasn't yet ready to go to bed, so I decided that I would read my new list of rules. The first 10 rules were as follows. Rule number 1. The unborn ghosts can be caught with a net. Just catch them and release them outside. Rule number 2. Don't ever accept a drink from Mr. Wilkins. Rule number 3. Leave the spiders in the cellar out back alone. 4. Never plant beans on a full moon. 5. Always accept the pie from Miss Millie. Just be sure to never eat it. 6. Don't go to the gas station at night. Weird things happen there. 7. If you meet someone named William Walker, don't take him up on the offer of a horseback ride. Number 8. Don't ever fall into Mr. Bell's trap. Number 9. Never walk outside after dusk. And rule number 10. And above all things, never insult the librarian. There were several other rules. These were just the first 10. The rules were simple enough, and this time they were given to me by someone I trusted, even though I only met her twice. She seemed trustworthy enough. I, at least, had no reason to distrust her. I tried to keep in mind what she had told me that day, making my way to the bathroom to do my nightly routine, and trying to keep everything straight. Once finished, I jumped into bed and snuggled in. I fell fast asleep in minutes, only to be rudely awakened by a knocking on my door. I got up to investigate and see who it was. At my door was the strangest thing by far, something I think I'll never truly get used to. Nothing. Whenever there was nothing present to have made a sound or bump in the night, it always freaked me out more than if there had been something there. I leaned out my door and looked down the hall. Nothing. I stepped out into the hall, and that's when I saw it. A dark figure perched between the corner of the ceiling and the wall to my right at the end of the hall. Entirely black, it sat there, with only the whites of his eyes showing, a Cheshire cat grin growing on its face with sharpened white teeth as it turned its head to the side to get a better look at me. I screamed out, completely petrified by the sight before me. Being in the very presence of the entity felt oppressive and dark, like great evil exuded from it. I heard a door swing open, and out of the corner of my eye, saw Miss Lily come running down the hall. She grabbed my arm and dragged me down the hall with her. Almost on cue, the phantom being leaped from its perch following after, coming after us almost faster than we could run. As we came to her door, she slammed it shut as the entity bashed against it. She cried out for help, and I ran to her aid. Between the two of us, we were just barely able to shut the door and lock it. Out of breath, we sank to the floor as the banging and scratching continued on the other side of the door. What was that? I asked, my chest still heaving. Did you forget to lock the front doors? I paused to think. Yeah, I think I did. It's one of the evil spirits that lives on the land. It was called when the native people placed the curse on the town. Anywhere there is a lot of pain or suffering, they come at night, in the dark, where the sun can't touch them. So that was what they and them referred to in the list. And then I thought to ask, what do we do? Is there a way to get rid of them? Right then, there was a second one at the window. It looked the same as the first one, only this one had an even wider smile. It tapped at the window as Lily spoke. "There's nothing we can do but wait it out till the morning. They leave then." "Won't they get inside before then?" "No, they have to be invited in through woods or an open door. They can't reach us in here, but they will try everything they can to enter. They can speak with voices not their own, voices that sound like friends and family members. They can even shapeshift into more pleasant forms. That's why the door to the hotel is locked for the night and not open till morning," she said, moving from the floor to the window and closing the curtains on the now furious beast. Let us in, little piggies," the voice hissed from the other side of the door. "We want to come in." Yeah, neither of us were about to do that. We stood our ground on our side of the door, not moving or talking. Then we heard a voice we recognized from the outside, just down below the hotel. "Help me, dear God, someone, please help me," the voice yelled in mixed fear and pain. It was Jasper. I turned to the window to open it, but Lily stopped me just in time before I had the chance to undo the latch. "No, don't do that. It'll get inside," she whispered. But Jasper needs help," I whispered back, urgency growing in my voice. "That isn't Jasper, that's them. They speak with voices others remember," she replied, pulling me to the center of the room. "The best thing we can do is stay put, no matter what we think we hear." Why are they doing this? They always have. It's just part of the stupid curse those horrible Indians placed on us. I wish they had shot them all and none of this would have ever happened," she replied, as I tried to ignore the blatant hatred towards the people of the land. I plopped down then on the couch in the room, sighing deeply. This was going to be a long night and I wasn't sure I was prepared for it. We continued to sit there till dawn, listening to the creatures that now had to number at least 8, take on voices of the people we knew and had known, trying to get us to open the door or windows. We could hear them pacing the halls and growling and mumbling, practicing their words with different inflections, tearing apart the hotel and breaking things. Come dawn, we were exhausted and our nerves were shot. We sat there till we were sure that they were gone before we opened the door. We looked into the halls and up to the ceiling and saw nothing. We had made it. I thanked her for saving me and headed back to my room. I decided to go back to bed to finally get some rest. I could pick up and clean the hotel later. Right now, all I needed was a good, long sleep. But, of course, just as I fell asleep, I heard the sound of a gun going off in the distance. Sounded like Mr. Williams was up and ready to face the day. I didn't wake for the rest of that day. I didn't wake up that night either. I slept through and woke up the next day. Thankfully, in my absence, Lily had taken care of things for me, cleaning up after the creatures and taking care of the nightly routine. When I finally awoke, the room was bright and sunny and I felt 100% better from the rest. I looked at the clock that read 12 p.m. I was shocked that I had slept for so long, but I guess my body needed it. I got up from bed and dressed in a red t-shirt with a pair of ripped jeans and a faded jean jacket, along with my favorite sneakers. I decided against applying makeup because I wanted to explore the town more, and given that there was nothing better to do. I made my way downstairs. As I did so, I happened to look at the picture just outside my room, the one that had always made me feel uneasy. I looked closer at it and for the first time noticed the 2 gold lockets hanging around the twin necks. I looked at how beautiful they were and wondered if somehow I wound up with the other locket in the set. There was a 3rd locket I noticed as well that hung around Rose's neck. It looked eerily similar, So, there are 3 lockets. Very interesting. I pried myself away from the painting and walked downstairs to find Lily in the sitting room.
"How are you, sleepyhead? You get enough rest?"
she teased. "Only a little." I played along.
"Well, now that you are ready to face the day, what do you plan on doing? I do admit that it does get quite boring here, especially since this is a ghost town and hardly anyone knows of its existence,"
she said as she turned the page of the old newspaper that she had found who knows where. I was about to answer her when I noticed that on the front page of the paper was a picture of the town in its heyday. It was beautiful and there were so many buildings. I quickly got an idea that refused to leave my mind. I wanted to rebuild the town. I had all the time in the world, a whole near empty town at my disposal, and enough money from my own funds. My yearly salary had more than doubled, remember, to support the rebuilding. It was a perfect idea. I quickly broached the subject with Lily, projecting my idea to her. "Lily," I started, "what do you think of rebuilding the town?"
"What, do you mean knocking everything down and starting over?"
she asked, confused.
"No, not knocking everything down. We could just add on to what's already here and restore all the old buildings that still stand." "Well, I don't suppose that's a bad idea, but how do you plan on doing that? Everyone who comes to the town except the natives gets stuck here. How will you get supplies in and all that?"
I hadn't thought of that, but maybe I could call up Deb and ask her if someone from her people would be able to bring us the things we need. Then I added, and to ask permission to build on the land, of course.
"Why do you need permission from them? It's our land,"
she replied. "Because despite what you may think of them, their opinion matters because this was their land to begin with," I snapped at her. I ignored her comment from the other night, but I wasn't going to allow her to continue talking bad about the Pueblo people.
"There's no need to get moody,"
she retorted.
"Besides, the opinion you really need is Mary and Martha's."
I calmed down a little. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be bad to get their opinion too, but I don't have their number.
"Just let me handle that. I'll ask them in person,"
she said with a wink. "Do you think they'd be okay with it?"
"I'm sure they would be, given that they watched their home burn. To be honest, I'm surprised they never rebuilt it themselves. But then again, they probably ran into the supplies problem."
"Well, it's settled then. You talk to them, and I'll talk to Deb." So that's what we did. I called up Deb, and after the usual phone pleasantries, we got down to business. The call lasted far longer than I expected. She got all her elders on the phone, and they made a few calls themselves. Long story short, after a lot of talking and debating, they agreed. I was so excited I could hardly contain it. All I needed was the approval of Mary and Martha, and I could rebuild the town. I immediately ran to tell Lily. She was so shocked that they had agreed.
"So they actually said yes?"
she asked, putting the paper down.
"Yeah, they agreed as long as the town is no bigger than it was originally." "Well, call me impressed. I don't know how you reasoned with them."
"It's a little something called friendship and respect."
"I guess I need to do my part then. I'll head out and try to reach them, but it may take a little time to do so. I would use the phone, but it only goes one way with them. I'll be back as shortly as possible. Until then, just don't forget to lock the doors,"
she said as she headed out the door into the edge of town. I stood there a few more moments before deciding that if I was to rebuild the town, I would need the proper blueprints and see who I could recruit. The best 2 people to help me were the librarian and Jasper, so off I went to seek out the help of the 2. I decided I would go to the library first and just take a look at the blueprints and draw up some for myself. I'd always been good at it in my old job, and rebuilding pre-modern structures would be way simpler than post-modern ones. At least I thought. Once at the library, I figured the best place to start would be the record station upstairs. I nodded at the librarian, who merely just stared at me in return, and went up the stairs. It took me a few moments of looking and digging around, but I finally found them in the map area. I took the blueprints and spread one of them on the extra wide tables, and the first one took up the entire length. It was your average blueprint, nothing overly special about it at first examination, but it helped me get a feel for the layout of the town. I wanted to put it in place so that the new town was exactly the same as the last one. I noticed that there were originally a grand total of 13 buildings, including the one still standing. Starting at the edge of town was the gas station. How that had been built, I didn't know. And then there was the pharmacy, the library, the hotel, the post office, a carpenter shop, and a blacksmith and farrier. On the other side of the street that had been completely destroyed were the bank, a lawyer's office, a saloon and brothel, a general store, a butcher, and a jail on the far edge of town. I assume farmers and ranchers lived on the outskirts of town, but no houses were actually built. I placed the next blueprint on the table. This one was the blueprint of the hotel itself. I looked at the various rooms and was surprised to find there was an old safe hidden behind an old painting in the lobby. I had never really taken much notice of the painting, it being hung behind the desk to the side of the letterboxes towards the cleaning closet. It was a painting of the town back in its glory days, in color made from oil paints. It was a beautiful painting, but like I said, I had never taken much heed of it. I took a closer look at the safe's dimensions. It was a normal-sized safe, 2 feet tall and 3 feet in width, depth ranging from 3.5 to 4 feet, and according to the blueprints, was made of iron and steel. I was instantly curious. What was so special that it needed a safe? I figured the simple answer to that question was money from the various tenants and residents of the hotel. But nothing is ever really simple in this town, and especially not in the hotel. I decided to put aside the blueprints for now and head back to the hotel to see if I could take a closer look at the safe. Once back at the hotel, I walked around to the back of the desk and stood before the painting. I looked closer at it to see if I could make out who the painter was. After searching for a moment, I couldn't tell, but was amazed at the sheer skill of the painting itself. Whoever painted the scene was very good. Their brushstrokes were thin and precise, swooping and melding the colors where applicable, and they were light of hand and were able to properly capture the light and the true nature of a bustling town. I carefully took the painting down from the wall and set it against the desk behind me. And turning back around, I was now face to face with the mysterious safe. It was the size I thought it would be, yet somehow bigger than I imagined. It looked like your average safe made of strong metal, a turnstile-type mechanism popular back in the day, and a sturdy dial in the very center of it. I tried to open it, hoping that maybe the last person to open it was careless and left it unlocked, but unfortunately, as I'm sure you could have guessed, that wasn't the case. I played with the dial, hoping that maybe I could find the numbers to open it. I tried the date of the grand opening of the hotel. Nothing. I tried the date of the first official soiree in 1856 that I attended. Nothing. Then, I tried the date the town first became official, and still nothing. I absent-mindedly played with the numbers, trying different dates and such with no further luck, when for some reason, I put my birth date in, 0901. Then, to my surprise, it opened. I was excited that the safe opened, but a little upset that, once again, it seemed like I had been pre-chosen for this job long before I had ever been born. I stood there a moment longer before I began to open the safe, floundering with my newest revelation. I tried to shake it off, and after a few more seconds I did, and then I opened the safe. The first thing I noticed was a note that sat in front addressed to me. I took it out and read it. "To our newest caretaker, congratulations, you found the safe.
I hope you can use what's inside to help you keep track of various day-to-day happenings and events at the hotel and in town. If any questions arise, please feel free to make the most of the library and other buildings and people in the town to help you solve any issues that may arise. I hope you have a wonderful stay. Mary and Martha. A short but sweet note, piquing my curiosity even more about what the safe held. I looked inside to find a red binder, exactly like the ones in the library, blank inside and a fountain pen sitting atop it. I pulled those out and examined them, my name etched on the inside cover of the binder. I suppose perhaps all the other binders were given to the various caretakers to log their adventures, mishaps, and day-to-day life at the hotel. Taking note of this, I figured those binders would be worth a read sometime. And placing them on the desk, I continued to look inside the safe. The next thing I pulled out was an old map of the underground, beneath the town and its various tunnels and where they all led. I tucked that within my binder. It would be worth a visit someday as well. Under that was another piece of paper filled with names and lines connecting them, dates beside them, as well as noting what I assumed was the date of birth and death of each named person. It was hard to figure out what the paper meant. Some names had notes beside them. Others were circled and some had been underlined in red ink. My name was at the very bottom, circled multiple times and underlined in red ink with a note beside it saying, "She's the one," written boldly. It felt a little ominous, to be honest, especially not knowing the context or meaning behind it. I set that aside and continued to look around. In the bottom of the safe were two things, a gold engraved pocket watch and an old revolver. Now, I have not nor will I ever be someone who feels comfortable around guns, so I carefully picked it up and set it to the side, just in case it was loaded, and grabbed the pocket watch. It was beautiful, being made of the shiniest gold, engraved with a picture of a bird flying in midair. It looked old, yet it still ran. I put it up to my ear to listen to it. My mother had given me one that had been passed down in my family for generations when I was young. I had always kept it. Even though it was rusty and worn down by time, it still worked. I remember sitting and putting it to my ear as a child, listening to all the intricate mechanisms that ran within. It often soothed me when I was frustrated or sad. I had loved it, even though it was in as bad shape as it was. Seeing this pocket watch, it made me want to fix up my own. I took the new watch away from my ear and placed it within my pocket. I figured it would come in use helping me keep track of time in the hotel, where time seemed strange and fluid. Since those were the last two things left in the safe, I left the gun behind and closed it back up. I took another look at the things I had on the desk and carefully looked through them, landing on the paper of names. Now that I had finished going through the safe, I could take a better look at the piece of paper. It was a long piece of parchment that I recognized. It was the same letterhead and parchment as my offer letter and my survival guide, every bit as long and lengthy. As I further unfolded it, the paper seemed to go on forever. Every name was linked in some way. The top name started with Rosa and John Bennett. It took me a moment of looking to realize I wasn't looking at random names, but actually a family tree. The Bennett family tree. With this realization, and taking into account my own name was on it, it made me wonder for the first time, why was I on this page? Not wanting to be interrupted, I took the paper to my room where I could spread it out and look at it better. Once I did this, the page seemed to make more sense. It was a huge family tree, and it seemed no name went unnoticed by whoever made it. The paper was long and wide. I trailed my finger down it as I read the names. I recognized a few from the doll room, each one circled. I figured after having taken a closer look, the names that had been circled were the names of former caretakers. The ones underlined in red ink and notes beside them were still a mystery. Some of the notes were strange. This one is too contrary. He isn't up to any good. She is a cripple. They can't be separated. This one is too angry.
The list goes on. None of the notes made any sense to me, but whoever made the family tree, these notes must have helped them keep track of something. I followed the tree down, further and further, till finally I began to recognize the names. Sandra Parker was my great-grandmother, Eloise Williams and Sarah Fulton her children, and finally, Eloise's daughters, Mabel Moore and Helen Winters. Right under my mother's name was my own, Autumn. I was shocked to learn that I was descended from the Bennett family. I wanted to know if this was real or not. I figured the only way to find out was to go back to the library and check it out. Hopefully, there would have been some sort of documentation regarding the family lines of everyone in town. I walked with a hurried purpose back to the library. As I entered, the librarian gave me a "What the hell are you doing back again" look as I rushed past her to the records department. I must have spent a good half hour looking through town documents and letters without any luck. That was when I decided to look through town newspapers. Somehow, there was a town's newspaper that had spanned the entirety of the town's existence. Who or what kept it going was a mini mystery in itself, but not one I had time to look through right now. I was dedicated to my current task of finding proof of my heritage. After looking through the papers, I finally found what I was looking for. Slowly but surely, I was able to match my birth announcements in the newspaper to the dates listed on the family tree. And sure enough, in each article it always read, "Newest addition to the Bennett family," followed by the name and time of birth of each member of the family tree and who the said child was related to. I must have sat there for hours mapping out my own family tree to compare it to the old one from the safe. Once I completed the new family tree, I compared it with the old one. Apparently, of the original Bennett children, only the twin sons ever had kids, whereas Lily Bennett hailed from Wesley Bennett. I descended from William's side. I sat there swimming in feelings of frustration, anger, and guilt. The very family that had caused so much heartbreak, pain, and suffering was not a stranger's family, but instead my own. As I sat there, I made a decision, one that I wouldn't go back down from then or in the future. The past wasn't going to stay buried and forgotten. It was going to be spoken with disgust or indifference. It wasn't going to be talked about in hushed whispers, and it certainly wasn't going to be perpetuated. Instead, the past was going to be laid bare, spoken of in reverence, and brought to light. I wrapped up what I was doing and headed back to the hotel to finish up my nightly duties and try to come to grips with my newfound heritage. Once back in my room, I pulled out the pocket watch from my pocket. I played with it in between my hands and felt the smoothness and coolness of the metal, and I placed it by my ear. I let the slow ticking soothe my nerves as I lay down on the sofa. I began to slowly drift off, while the clock steadily moved its hands unseen, putting me to restful sleep.